on merger materials referencing HB2 of the university and community college system. I do have another date which I've set up for the subcommittee, and it should be in the calendar. We're meeting, of course, this Friday. I've mentioned that previously, and the following Friday. But we also will be meeting on the 17th, which is the Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And at that meeting, I have folks coming in from, or helping us out. They're coming from the university system as well as the community college system. Susan Hewitt, who is the chancellor. And I have on the other side, Ron Rogers coming in and Don Burks. Now, Susan Hewitt and Don Burks are both practitioners, very involved with actually being presidents of various colleges at their level, and also instruction involved with that. And that's where our primary focus is, on policy and academic policy, and of course, policy associated with finance as well. But they will be coming in on Wednesday. So we have to have a final brief report done by Friday, 2 Fridays from now, this Friday and the next Friday, then we have to be done. So we have basically 3 meetings. The last Friday, I have Barbara Brittenham. She is from NESHE and very familiar, in fact, is the guru in NESHE for accreditation. We're very fortunate to have her. She's now today over in the United Kingdom working with several colleges up there, but she will be back here to work with us and provide some insight in terms of how that is impacted when organizational structure is changed. So with that, I'm going to go into the chairman's script for today's meeting, and we do have a number of executive sessions, so we need to get going here. As chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. This is also primarily today and is an executive committee for members of the committee dealing with bills that have been referred to the Education Committee. Please note that there is no executive session on pending legislation may be held even beyond those executive sessions scheduled. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be re-adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us today. Our researcher, Jennifer Ford. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Representative Cordelli.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bone.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Allard.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Lakis.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Moffett.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Hobson.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Andrus.
Here, home alone in Salisbury.
Representative Ford.
In my office in Chester. Alone.
Good morning. Representative Land.
Home in Derry with my family, in the house, in and out of this room today.
Representative Sodi.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Myler.
Here in Contoocook, New Hampshire, alone.
Representative Luno,
Here.
Representative Shaw here in the committee room, Representative Cornell,
Here in Manchester.
Representative Tanner,
Here in Georges Mills, Sunapee, with my rescue dog Raven, who may bark.
Representative Ellison,
Here, I'm home alone in my home in Concord.
Representative Mullen,
Dialing in alone in balmy Bedford.
Representative Lay,
I am at my office in Bow, New Hampshire, and I am alone.
Representative Woodcock,
Here in Center Conway, New Hampshire, my wife will be in and out and my dog will surely be barking.
Representative Ladd,
I am here in the LOB.
all present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Present. Okay, so we're going to be working through this docket we have today on our executive session. I'm going to start with the first bill, HB 278, but I want all to know that I may jump around on certain bills on the docket, not necessarily go in any specific order. So with that, 278, and I look for a motion from Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move on to pass House Bill 278 relative to use of unused district facilities by charter public schools.
Representative Moffett?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the table, which is ought to pass, made by Representative Cordelli and seconded by Representative Moffett. Representative Cordelli, do you have any pearls of wisdom?
Surely. I think that we've had testimony about this year and in the past about the costs faced by charter schools in terms of use of facilities. A document from the association that shows 23 charter schools have these costs of $3.6 million. They get no additional funding for use for lease or rental of space. And I think that this bill provides an opportunity for them to use unused building space. It's reusing space that has been built for public education, and charter schools are public schools. So I think it's appropriate use, and I think this is a needed piece of legislation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I'm having a hard time hearing
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli. It's very
Very
garbled
difficult.
and not very clear. And I don't know if it's my age or just that's what's happening.
No, it's
but
the microphone.
if he can
the lack
use a
thereof.
microphone,
Yeah.
it'd be great. Thank you.
Everything was inaudible, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cordelli, when you keep using this, does that, listen now, see if that's any better.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Moffett, you made the second on that motion. Do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would say, Mr. Chairman, is that one of the concerns about this was what if a Walmart or some entity had a lot of money and wanted to make the first offer? And the answer to that simply is that the charter school would have a chance to match the offer. If they could not, then the district could sell to the whoever offered them the most money. So the right of first refusal seems to work.
Thank you, Representative. That answers my question. Further questions from the committee? Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two school districts in my legislative district, Concord and Merrimack Valley. And in the past few years, we've gone through this whole issue of schools which become available because of new construction. And I think it's useful for the committee just to hear where four of these went. One of them, one of the elementary schools became a community center with rooms for senior citizens, the branch library, an auditorium. Another one of the schools was sold to a private organization, a communications group, which then put that particular building back on the tax rolls and contributed money to the school system. A third one was the small elementary school, which became the school central office. And the fourth one, which is in Pennacook, became the CSI Charter School, which is a competency-based charter school that serves students not only from the Merrimack Valley District, but for surrounding districts. This bill, with its right of first refusal, could cause issues with any school district or municipality that it was looking at how to use districts or school buildings that weren't needed anymore. I guess I would raise the issue, for instance, in any one of the four examples that I used to you. Let's assume a charter school from Laconia wanted to open a branch in Concord. They could have filed on any one of these four cases for the right of first refusal and theoretically kept the city of Concord or Pennacook from using their buildings in a way that they saw fit. I see this bill is the exact opposite of local control. We talk a lot in this committee about local control and how important that is. Under this bill, we would be having the state tell local municipalities how to utilize their own property. That is the exact opposite of local control. And I will be voting against the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Mylan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any data on problems with this in school districts where charter schools have sought to use unused space?
Okay, that question can be opened up to.
Yeah, just to anyone. I don't have an answer to that, that's why I'm asking the question.
Is there anybody that might have an answer? I see Representative Likas, your hand is up.
Yes, I have been told that a charter school in Manchester has repeatedly tried to lease space from Manchester, and Manchester currently has 4 schools that are supposed to be closed, and they have been trying for years and have been denied.
Thank you.
Manchester doesn't have any schools that are closed.
We need to ask.
I'm sorry.
Representative Cornell, do you have something to add to the discussion?
No, it's just that there are no schools in Manchester that are closed and empty at this time. So I don't know where that information is.
Representative Shaw.
Yes, I agree with Representative Cornell. With all due respect, I think there's a charter school that might be interested in one of the schools that is about to be closed, if it gets closed. It hasn't been finalized yet. But I do not believe that there has ever been an issue in Manchester that I know of, and sitting on the Alderman board that would come before us, and I'm chairman of Lands and Buildings, and I have never heard of that issue arising in Manchester. And I think that I agree with Representative Ellison. I think they have a fair right to apply for these schools, and they've been granted. There's at least one in Manchester that's in a former school facility. A former facility. It's not a school, but it's an unused city facility. So I really don't think that I agree that it should be the local districts that will identify what they're going to do with these buildings. And it's usually a cordial reception for charter schools when they're looking for a place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Shaw. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a couple of questions yet that I think were not answered in the hearing. So on line 9, page 1, school board approved plan shall include direct student academic instruction. That was never really defined what that would mean. And I recall posing the question, if the school district owns an SAU building, which is a school-owned, a district-owned building, but there is no instruction engaging, occurring there, is that subject to this? And I also recall that I believe it was Carl Ladd at one point pointed out on page 2, lines 22, 24, during the terms of a lease, chartered public school shall be responsible for direct expenses, etc. But the question was, if the district has taken out a bond, for example, to improve the HVAC system, does the charter school bear any portion of that cost once it is in the inside of the building? So, you know, there are questions here that still remain. It seems to me that we are mandating something which districts can already do and have done. There has been no evidence presented here today or in the prior hearing of actual problems with the current system as it operates, and this contradicts the mantra that we hear of local control. So for all of those reasons, I certainly will oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Likas, you have another question or input?
Comment, yeah. Yes, I wasn't saying that there were schools currently open in Manchester. I had said that there were 4 that we were talking about. But the person who told me that there was an issue was actually somebody associated, I don't remember whether he said he was on the board or whatever, of a charter school. And because Manchester had some space, they had been, he said, over the last few years, trying to lease some space in those classrooms. And so, anyway, just wanted to make clear what I was trying to say.
Thank you. Representative Ellison, did you have your hand up again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the, you know, notwithstanding the fact that Manchester hasn't closed any of their school buildings, but I wanted to go back to Representative Likas's hypothetical. So I'm just wondering how 278 should the school district not wish to sell a school building, how 278 would address the concern that she put forward.
My understanding is that, I mean, if they don't want to sell the building, they don't want to sell the building. But my understanding is that there were the recommendation of the latest study was that there would be 4 buildings that they should be closing, and that would give the opportunity for that charter school to get that space. But I was only saying anything because somebody said, have there been problems in the past? And
so
that's what. Sorry.
Yeah, but looking at page 1, line 17 through 20, it's only if the school district school board extends an offer for a purchase or lease to a party other than the chartered school. So if they're not interested in selling or leasing the space, I don't think 278 compels the school board to necessarily sell or lease the space to anybody, including a chartered school. I'm just wondering how this fixed the problem that you're talking about.
I didn't think they were just going to leave the building empty.
Further comments, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I had a question too, and maybe Representative Shaw, since she deals with this a lot. I was surprised in this bill how it not only took away local control to the extent of who got the building or who got first refusal on the building, but also how it delineated parts of the lease. And I'm just wondering if that's a common practice when public buildings are leased or sold, that something like this in law says what they have to do as far as the lease is concerned. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Chairman. I would just point out on the second.
Microphone, please.
Microphone,
Can't
please.
hear you again.
I have on the second page, that it says, in the, right of first refusal negotiation, it shall be the option offering school district whether to sell or lease the property under consideration at fair market value for a term to be agreed upon by the parties. So I differ as to whether there is local control, in this legislation or not.
What lines were you referring to?
It was to, the middle of the page,
Line 13.
Line 13, 14, and 15.
Mr. Chair, I was speaking to the, the different areas in this bill, and I don't have a copy with numbers on it. So, but section 4, where it actually talks about the lease itself, and then again in section 6, 5 and 6, where it's talking about different things that have to occur within the lease if the charter school does lease the building. And I'm just wondering, I have no idea. I'm a former teacher, so I didn't get involved in this. So I'm just wondering if that's common practice to have those kinds of restrictions on leases.
Does anybody want to take that question or?
Well, sure. I mean, I don't think this is exactly what Representative Tanner was talking about, but I think rights of first refusal are, commonly, attractive provisions when you've already got a lease agreement, so that if the landlord, I'm talking about a commercial lease, if the landlord wants to sell the business or the building, that the company that's leasing the space has a right of first refusal, so that if they wanted to remain there, they'd have some assurances of that. Aside from that, the value of a right of first refusal, and I'm not sure we heard from any realtors on this, but the value of a right of first refusal does not accrue to the building owner. In fact, it detracts from the value of the property because it makes it less, less interesting for a third party to want to negotiate. So given the fact that, these are political subdivisions who we represent, implementing a law like this really only subtracts value from our constituents and from school districts who our constituents have invested tax money in. So under any case, they'd certainly have there'd be an opportunity if a school building was being put on the market for a chartered public school to put an offer in. I don't think they need a right of first refusal to do that, which is just going to take away value from our taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Representative Leah?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak. There's also the issue, Representative Luno, that sometimes, I apologize for the commentary. If the property is not put on the market and there's a private agreement negotiated, then that would eliminate the ability for a chartered school or to make an offer on the property. So we need to look at that transparency as well if the towns might be making a private agreement.
I'm not sure that's allowed under New Hampshire law, but I think that's a good question to look into. My understanding, school boards have to do things in public. At least for my 12 years on the board, we did.
You should talk to Derry then.
Well, then
Their problem.
Hey, Representative Cornell, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm not sure, I want to get back to Manchester, and I'm not sure if this is right, and Representative Shaw would know, I think, more than I do, but I think if the school district doesn't use a school building, the district does not have ownership of the building. It reverts back to the city of Manchester. I think Manchester municipal owns the buildings. So once they become empty and the school district's not using them anymore, it's up to the city of Manchester what to do with them. Is that wrong?
You're correct.
So this wouldn't apply to Manchester at all because school district would have no say over what happens to the buildings.
Right.
Thank you.
Further comments? Not seeing him. Yes, Representative Lakis.
I have a note on, that I wrote in here that there was an amendment coming to deal with a miswording. And we're talking, we just had an OTPA motion and not an OTP, not OTPA, and I'm wondering about the amendment. It says amendment 0199H, which we didn't have. It was supposed to be coming, and it was supposed to deal with second page, line 12, and shall not be subject to RSA 91A, and that kind of, it wasn't the right wording.
Not.
I do have that note on mine I made also. I had page 2, line 11. But it's the same area you're talking about.
Well, yeah, it was the end of that sentence that starts on 11.
Do we have that amendment somewhere around here? I've not seen that.
No.
Further discussion? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a general question following up on Representative Cornell's comment. Granted, this, if approved, this would be a statewide legislative action. Has there any research or background effort been put in to see how many other cities and towns would be in the same situation as Manchester, and that this law would not even be applicable for?
Is there anybody on the committee that has that information?
Anyone on the committee, the sponsor would be fine.
Great.
Did I miss the answer? Or?
No.
Sponsor.
Or anyone, I mean, it doesn't matter.
I just asked that question. If anybody on our committee has it, and nobody has volunteered.
I'm here if someone needs to speak with me.
Good.
Ask your question, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Hill, thank you for taking the question. It came up that Manchester is one of the communities in the state that this bill would not be relevant to because they have their own requirements that school buildings go back to the municipality. And my question was, has there been any effort to do any research at all to check how many other cities or towns and municipalities in the state would be in the same situation where this law would not be applicable?
Thank you for your question. The only thing I can tell you is this bill was heard in the Senate, not last term, I think the term before. And Senator Waters asked about Manchester, and the senator from Manchester at the time said that was something that they were looking into with their legal department. But it was not, no answer ever came back from anyone. And to my knowledge, no one has ever gone and looked at other cities or towns and asked that same question, whether there is a provision in their rules. If it doesn't apply, it obviously wouldn't apply. That's the only answer I can give you. I'm sorry.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just Representative Hill, or I guess Representative Ladd was a co-sponsor. Was there any request to the the New Hampshire Municipal Association to ask them for their advice?
They did not test. Thank you for your question. They did not testify, and I'm not sure if they've ever even commented on this bill.
No, I meant since you sponsored it, did you ever make an effort to ask them?
Boy, I don't recall. I talked to them so many times. I don't recall whether, I'm sorry, whether they had commented on this or whether they were asked about this. No idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on 278? So we do have a motion on the table right now. It's ought to pass. Is there any further discussion? Not seeing it. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Ought to pass on HB 278. Representative Cordelli.
Yeah.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Land.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
11-9. 11-9.
Vote is 11-9. Ought to pass. I'd like to remind people that are making, reports here that we need to have these committee reports in as soon as possible. Will there be a minority report, Representative Myler?
Yes, Representative Cornell will present that report.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Cordelli, you have the report. Fine, thank you very much. Moving on to the next bill, I'm jumping over 255 and going to HB 140. This is a bill relative to the private rights of action regarding people safety. And I'd like to call upon Representative Leon for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 140 relative to right to private action.
And Representative Lakis?
Second.
For a second. So a motion has been made on 140, ought to pass, made by Representative Leon and second by Representative Lakis. Representative Leon, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, bullying is an issue that's taken seriously in our schools. However, there are occasions where parents are not appropriately notified or it is not appropriately managed. By having a right of private action, this gives further encouragement for the schools to handle these issues appropriately. And it gives them a good, strong motivation to make sure that parents are well communicated with. This is something that can have the lives of our children at risk if they do not have bullying appropriately addressed. And I believe that this is something that'll provide protection to our students through this threat of potential legal action. And I know through personal experience that lawyers are unlikely to take a case if they do not believe that the content is strong. So I do not expect that there would be any misuse of this because it's a high burden of proof. However, there are occasions where this is sorely needed and children have died because of the lack of transparency on bullying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Leon. Representative Lakis, do you have any comments making the second?
Actually, I think she did a wonderful job.
So you're passing. Thank you very much. Comments from the committee? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if the language in this bill, particularly on page 5, where it refers to school district or chartered public schools, is broad enough to apply to any approved school. And I was wondering if maybe, I see we've got Marissa Chase here, that she might be able to comment on the tort, I guess, availability as it relates to these sorts of right of private actions.
Well, I'm gonna, before we go there right now, how many other people have communications first or discussion points? If we're gonna have a technician offer some input, maybe we ought to have all that, put out first for that individual.
Fair enough.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just refer back to.
Mike.
Yep, I'll refer back to an email we got last evening, I believe, from Attorney Douglas citing an email that she had received earlier this week from a parent whose daughter was in the hospital after a suicide attempt. And the parent relayed the message that she had been spent more than a year fighting to have her daughter protected from her abusers, but recently one of the bullies had, as the parent put it, upped their game, and the daughter had become overwhelmed and depressed, and this ended with a suicide attempt, and the daughter is in the hospital. It's time to do something. It is incumbent on the legislature. We are charged in the statute with protecting students from bullying and cyberbullying. It is our job to do this, and it's time we pass this and give some recourse to parents in these situations. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to just clarify something here. The current law, which this repeals and replaces, says that the private right of action is not permitted. So parents or others cannot take action against the school no matter what they do in this situation. So this law is needed. So I just want to specify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps, Representative Mullen, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of points. One is that I don't feel that we ever adequately addressed the definition of the word aggrieved and how that could be applied to identifying behaviors that were causing concern or distress within the school district. And the second point that I would like to make is that I certainly, as a school counselor, dealt with a tremendous number of parent concerns, some of them including bullying concerns. What I'm trying to figure out is how the legal action of family A is going to directly impact or change the behavior of a group of, let's say, hypothetically, 7th grade boys in the cafeteria that are somehow or another bullying verbally a kid at a table. I would like to suggest that perhaps funding would be better spent rather than in litigation, that it would be better spent putting personnel into our schools that could actually provide direct support and instruction in anti-bullying, because I just don't see how a law case in Pembroke is going to change the behavior of a school child in Temple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Leon?
Thank you very much. This private right of action goes to the schools and those who are charged with protecting our students and our children. This is when the few times, but they do happen, when they drop the ball and they do not appropriately find alternatives for these students, whether that is something where they can have an education outside of the school to get away from their bullies, or addressing the bullying and the bullying that is happening in the schools, the assaults that are happening in the schools, and the students are sometimes not protected. It is rare that we have these cases where students are hospitalized either from their injuries or from suicide attempts, but it happens. This is something that is upon the administrators, it is upon those who work in the schools who should be protecting our students, and it is for those times when they fail to do so. That is why we need this, and we need to allow the right of private action rather than prohibit it, which is currently in that law.
Thank you. We do have technical support available. I'm not going to open this up to another hearing, seeing that we've already gone through that stage, but if there are specific questions that have to be asked, you're welcome to do so. Do we have somebody promoted here now?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Marissa? If
Hello,
there are
Representative. Can you hear me?
specific questions for Marissa first.
So, Mr. Chair, I think I'd put one out there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rick. So thank you very much, Ms. Chase, for joining us this morning. The question that I'd like to pose is with respect to the scope of the defendants in such a right of private action. And on line 5, it talks about school district or chartered public schools. But I know there's been substantial work in this committee to broaden the scope of schools to I think we're seeing in other bills the use of any approved school. And I was wondering if you know how that would be looked at potentially in a right of private action.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sorry, my dog is barking in the background, so I apologize if he chimes in ahead of me. Thank you very much for the question, Representative Luno. I am not an expert in how education law would apply. I would just note that in the statute currently, RSA 193F:9, private right of action not permitted. This took effect in 2010. The language says nothing in this chapter shall supersede or replace existing rights or remedies under any other general or special law, including criminal law, nor shall this chapter create a private right of action for enforcement of this chapter against, here we go, any school district or a chartered public school or the state. So that language is actually directly from the statute as it currently exists.
Right, so a follow-up on that. So if a bullying event was to take place at an approved school under a tuition program, whether that's a non-sectarian school or sectarian school or whatnot, would the parents have a tort right or a right of private action to take against that school?
Representative, I appreciate the question. I am not sure. I cannot give a definitive answer. I will just say that, you know, the statute currently says against any school district or chartered public school or the state. I truly don't know. I'm happy to do some more research and get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chase.
Are there further questions for Ms. Chase? Yes, Representative.
Yes, as you read that 193F:9, it says nothing in this chapter shall supersede or replace existing rights or remedies, blah, blah, blah. Once that's repealed, does that mean that the private right of action does in fact supersede and replace the existing rights and remedies?
So thank you, Representative Tanner. It would not, it would just, I'm sorry, this statute, I just want to make another point, and I think going back to Representative Mullen, and I hope this will answer your question, Representative Tanner. Representative Mullen had mentioned that these, oh, hold on, I'm getting my notes confused. I apologize. Let me find where the question was just said. It is a high burden, and I will note that this statute only went into effect in 2010. Prior to 2010, there was not the sort of blanket immunity that barred these actions. And we haven't heard testimony. I haven't heard testimony, and I'm not aware of any, you know, floodgates of litigation that were happening before the enactment of the statute. You know, I will say that the statute is a high burden, I think, to Representative Leon's point, that you know, you have to have documented evidence. You have to have an actual injury. Someone can't just make an accusation and then, you know, go to court with a blank check, which is not how the system works. I think there has to be repeated, documented actions that show a injury. That's the aggrieved, that's what I was trying to get to. Representative Mullen mentioned aggrieved versus injury, I believe. And aggrieved and injury is essentially the same. So any plaintiff would have to show they have an injury. They would have to prove that they got the injury by gross negligence on behalf of the defendant, that they caused that by repeated, you know, documented actions, and that that entity had a duty of care to the plaintiff that caused the injury. I mean, these are very high burdens. Lawyers, as I said in my email last night, lawyers work on contingency fee. They front the cost of litigation up front. There's not a financial incentive to take a case like this where there would be, you know, frankly, such little recovery. It's only in the most egregious of cases where a student is harmed to an extent that anybody even wants to call a lawyer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chase. Are there further technical questions of Marissa Chase? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Chase, thank you for taking my question. As I read the proposed legislation, and I'm looking at line 4 specifically, where it talks about any provision of this chapter, I'm assuming that chapter means 93F, not just that subsection 9. Is that correct?
Let me pull up where you are looking so I can get on the same page, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you.
Of this chapter. So this chapter is 193F:9, yes.
So is the, I guess my question then, Attorney Chase, is it 193F or is it 193 specifically just F9?
Specifically F9, Representative.
Okay.
And I just want to make clear, I'm not an attorney. I just represent them. I just want to make clear, I'm happy to have an attorney hop on the call if you have further legal technical questions, but I just don't want to mislead any members of the committee that I have some technical legal expertise that would ever hold up in any court.
Okay, that was my error. I thought you were an attorney. That's my error. But because my understanding that when it said chapter, it meant that any violation of 93F being the chapter would impact this and a suit could be brought forward, not just 93 F9. And I thought that opens up the whole board of issues. Thank you. Do we have any lawyers on the committee? I'm not sure.
Representative Woodcock, let me respond, please.
Thank you.
Marissa, not being an attorney, so that anything that's been said today is not, you know, not being presented by an attorney. You're correct, and whether it applies only to 193F:9 or to 193F, the whole chapter. And we all have our interpretations. I'm not going to give you mine, but
okay.
I think it's a valid question.
Representative Ladd, if I may, thank you. That was my misunderstanding. I thought we were referencing Ms. Chase because she was an attorney, and I appreciate her saying it wasn't, and you clarifying that, particularly, Rick. But my question remains, and I think it's a huge question, is if this F9, that phraseology, this chapter means the entire 93F, that opens the whole gamut of issues way beyond this one specific issue that the sponsor, Mr. Cordelli, is trying to get across, I think. So I'd love to have clarity from Ms. Fentner or some other lawyer if we don't have any lawyers on the committee. Thank you.
Representative Tanner, and then
yes. I noticed in the participant log, Attorney Fenton is on board, and I was wondering if we could get some information from her.
Perfect. Thank you.
It is Representative. Is Diane there? Diane there? Okay.
Good morning.
Diane, are you familiar with the question that's being talked about here?
I am. So just to clarify, when there's reference to the chapter is 193F in its entirety. And you can see that if you flip back in your law book, and I'm probably the only one who has it open in front of them, but it's entitled Chapter 193F. So Chapter 193F is inclusive of all the various sub-provisions. Yes, is there a question?
Representative Ladd?
That does parallel everything we've always done before. Reference entire chapter.
Follow up, please.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Fenton, for taking the question. Because that was my question, because I read program as being a larger piece than what absolutely we just heard. So would that mean that this legal course of action could be taken up or any violation of 93F?
Public safety.
That's Mrs. Attorney Fenton.
Yeah, Representative Woodcock, I don't read it that way, but let me just pull something up real quick because I don't want to mislead you. I think that in the way I read this bill, just bear with me here. I have way too many things open on my computer, so I appreciate the communication. All right. Representative Woodcock, I would agree with your interpretation that the way the bill is written, it would allow for a right of action if there was any violation of any of the provisions in RSA 193F. That is inclusive of 193F9. That is just my opinion of it, so I have to give the lawyer disclaimer. Right? I don't work for you. You haven't retained me. I work for the state. But that is my brief interpretation of it. But I will also say that gross negligence or willful misconduct is a very high standard. And I do agree with the prior speaker that you cannot just go into court with any issue of something hurt my feelings and I want to file this. I think this is set up to, in large part, prevent the abuses of the system. I think what this does, my interpretation of it, and having sat through testimony from the prior legislative session on this, this really is narrowly tailored at those egregious moments in time. And unfortunately, they do happen. And so that is all that I'm comfortable saying on this bill. I hope I've answered your questions. I'm happy to take any others.
Yeah, yes, if I may, Representative White, yes, Attorney Fenton, you have answered my question. Thank you. And I agree with you. And sometimes there are issues that need to go, and negligence and misconduct are difficult to take to that much higher level. I agree 100%. I was concerned about just that phraseology, the chapter, that it opens up the entire 193F as you concurred. Although the intent of the bill sounds fine, I think the way it's written is going to open up all kinds of mistakes. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Attorney Fenton. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes, I, as the sponsor, agree with Attorney Fenton. She was glad to hear that this applies to the entire chapter 193F. And let me point out that the purpose of this chapter is, and if you can look at 193F2, purpose and intent, is about bullying and cyberbullying and protecting students from physical, emotional, and psychological harm. That is the purpose of this chapter, and that is the purpose of this bill.
Thank you for informing us on the intent and purpose of the bill. I'm going to allow one more question here. It looks like Representative Woodcock, you have another question.
Well, just, yes, thank you, Representative Ladd. It's not a question, it's a comment. I don't want to have Representative Cordelli leave off with that statement. Granted, no one's questioned the value of the intent of the bill, but when we look at 93, when you go to 93F4, that lays everything out what we're supposed to be doing. No one's suggesting it's not good. It's just a poorly written bill that opens up the entire gamut of 93F. And it's not written well. It's going to come back to bite us. It doesn't get to where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the motion at this point in time. The motion is for 140 Octopass, made by Representative Leon, second by Representative Lakis. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No,
Representative Luno,
No,
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
No,
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
12-8.
12-8. The motion passes.
Representative Luno will be writing the minority report.
Thank you very much, Earl. And Representative Leon, you have the majority report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next bill which we're going to hit is HB 422. And with that, that's a bill, let me read it here, relative to the 1/2 credit required course in the United States and New Hampshire government and civics. So you can all turn your bills to 422, and I'll call upon Representative Moffett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to retain this measure for this time.
And Representative Hobson
Second.
makes a second. So the motion on the table is to retain HB 422, made by Representative Moffett and second by Representative Hobson. Representative Moffett, do you care to speak to your motion?
I think that there's, I certainly support the intent of this. We have some issues with imposing credit curriculum requirements, and I think we need to look at this further.
Representative Hobson, do
I
you
would agree.
concur?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Representative Cornell?
I just want to say, I think every student should take as much civics as they possibly can. I checked the programs of study in Manchester, and they do require 1 semester of civics, and they require it in the freshman year because it's a requirement for graduation. So they want students to take it and make sure they pass it. In case they don't, they have time to make it up. So while I think it's a good idea, I think many districts already require, if not all of them, because I think it's already in statute that you have to take a semester of civics. But I think even the wording of taking it in junior or senior year disrupts school districts who already have made students take it freshman year. Like I said, just in case they don't pass it, they do have time to make it up in order for graduation. So I'm happy to vote for retaining this.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Moffett for making this motion. I know the passion that he has for this. Many of us share the same passion for the issue of civics, et cetera. But I do think that this needs a little more study because there are some serious questions about its ramifications, the cost of the exam, et cetera. So thank you, Representative Moffett, and I will be supporting the retention of this bill.
Further discussion, Nolan, your hand is up.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. The only thing that I would like to say is that with regards to high school students that are already enrolled as juniors and seniors, I'm concerned that this would wreak havoc with their long-range planning, which may have begun, as Representative Cornell said, in grade 9. And also, I think we need to take into consideration that there are, in fact, schools in New Hampshire that have prescribed programs for students that are in junior and senior year. I'm thinking about some of the career and technical programs that kids are enrolled in, and the International Baccalaureate program that have designated course sequences. And I'm not sure that there's room in those schedules to add an additional course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion, Representative Tanner?
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on Representative Mullins' point of view. I know, particularly at the school I taught, Kearsarge, where students had to be bused down to Concord for their CTE courses, that you know, having a required course in the junior and senior year was very difficult for them to fit in, and much easier to fit in the freshman year. So I would just reiterate that. Thank you.
Further discussion. Just to wrap this up, it's my firm belief that instruction and curriculum are local responsibilities, and how you set your curriculum and your syllabus up and course of studies is reflective of that district and that school board and personnel within the school. And for all the reasons which I mentioned today, I also support retention. Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll?
I am. Representative Cordelli.
Yeah.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, I was trying to get to the unmute. Yes, Barbara.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
27.
Very much. Okay. No, that's retained in our committee. It doesn't go anywhere. For those out there. Okay. The next bill I'd like to address and jump in a little bit is HB 267. And 267 is relative to construction standards for schools. And following this bill, I'm going to jump back to the other bill which we have regarding the establishing a committee to study air quality in school buildings. So looking at HB 267 first, and looking for a motion on 267 from Representative Hobson.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to retain HB 267.
And Representative Sadi? I'll second that. So the motion has been made to retain HB 267, made by Representative Hobson, and seconded by Representative Sadi. Representative Hobson, do you have any comments?
Just a comment that we wanted to work on this bill some more. There's a lot to it, so retaining will do that.
Representative Sadi, do you have any comments? No. No, we're with that. Okay, comments from the committee? I see not.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chair.
Representative.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I'd support retain on this too, because I think there was a lot of sort of new information that came to light during the hearing. And you know, I agree. We want to have our school buildings that have acoustical properties that are good for all students. And we could use some work on this.
And I'll just follow that up. We've discussed school buildings numerous times in various pieces of legislation and discussions, including during the course of the summer with the commission. And there are a number of issues associated with schools that come underneath the standards for schools. And what we look at in terms of an application for building a project And acoustical is very important, as is HVAC and a number of other systems within our schools, lighting, etc. And we know there's a relationship between all those and achievement. And it's my hope, seeing that this is identified in a specific area which deals with school building construction standards, by retaining this bill, we can address acoustical standards, yes, but we need to address some of the other issues which we have associated with these standards we must have in our schools. And so I'd like to see this become an active subcommittee and seriously take a look at all these systems we have that comprise and necessary in our schools, to include the others that I've mentioned and more. So I don't see any further hands up, so let's have a vote on that, Madam Clerk. The motion is?
Motion is to retain House Bill 267. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
20-0.
So we will retain that, and I would ask that if there are folks which would like to actively get involved, I won't break down names now, but be thinking about it on a subcommittee. This will be an active subcommittee. It's been a topic of high importance to us, so I'd like to get that one going as soon as possible, to be looking at construction standards in our schools. The next bill which we will move to is going back now to HB 339, establishing a committee to study air quality in school buildings. I've looked for a motion on that one from Representative Hobson.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to ITL, HB 339.
And Representative Andros, are you making the second?
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Hobson, do you have some comments?
I do.
Thank you.
So this is a bill that establishes a committee to study air quality in school buildings. The recent pandemic has shown a light on the importance of clean air handling, and air exchange in school buildings. We received grant money from the federal government through the CARES Act that has been used to increase air quality, air handling, and air systems throughout New Hampshire. Additionally, laws have been passed in previous sessions that require policies to be developed in schools and annual investigations into air quality in public schools. So I feel that this bill is not needed at this time.
Further discussion from Representative Andros. Do you have, you second that motion? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that with COVID-19 and all the monies that school districts have received during the last year, and I believe there's another amount coming out to everybody, I think they have done many things to improve the air quality in our schools, and I think this bill is unneeded at this time.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very disappointed in this motion. We had ample testimony from people who are in the buildings, who work there daily, who have said that there are problems here. Notwithstanding the accommodations that have been made through the pandemic, but there is a need to have this study. And we're always asking for us to look at it in a deeper way, very similar to the one that we just retained. I don't understand why we can't have both of those together, because they represent problems that are taking place in buildings right now that are impacting student learning, that are impacting personnel that are working in those buildings. And with the testimony we had, there was ample evidence of a need for this particular study. So I'm very disappointed in the Republican caucus for moving to ITL this. Very disappointed in this. And I will be voting no on this.
I'd like to just make one comment for the whole committee. I think it's the intent, at least it's my intent, that in looking at just at 267, which is relative to construction standards for schools, that goes well beyond acoustical standards. It goes into the air quality standards, which we're talking about right now. And if in fact there is going to be a subcommittee that's going to start up immediately looking at that, it's my intent to have this topic, which is inclusive within 339, covered within this broader bill right here, which is relative to construction standards. Yes, it'll talk specifically to the acoustical, but the chapter it's in is dealing with construction standards. And so I believe that this bill will be addressed in that way. Now, we had some hands up by Representative Luno. And then
So thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I agree with what Representative Myler said on this. I mean, and honestly, I agree with what you just said as well, Rick, that taking a look in conjunction with the acoustic standards study during the retaining 267, that retaining 339 would make a lot of sense and go into a comprehensive summer study on air quality and acoustic standards and maybe any other building standards. And then we've got two retained bills, one of them that relates to acoustics, one of them that relates to air quality, that could be used, that could be amended to either change those building standards, but to ITL this, I think sends a terrible message to the general public, to Granite Staters, to parents, to families, to school kids, to teachers, to volunteers, that the New Hampshire House doesn't care about indoor air quality. Because even though a lot of districts have implemented improvements, we heard directly from the Department of Education's top facilities person that we need to have a close look at the indoor air quality in our schools. And I think passing this would be fine, but also I think retaining it would be fine too, so that we could do a comprehensive summer study, and we'll have two vehicles with which to amend, to improve our building standards going forward. And I think that's a good message for Granite Staters.
Representative Lay, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Just to reiterate and build on what my two colleagues have pointed out. A lot of, there was reference to COVID funding, and that's directly related to issues brought about by COVID. But we also had much testimony about prior problems, long-standing HVAC problems in the schools, which cannot be necessarily corrected using those funds, and those funds will disappear at a certain point. And second, I mean, this notion that you can use 267 as the vehicle, 267 very explicitly and repeatedly in the bill references only acoustical standards. That is all that we should be looking at in that, if we're retaining that and forming a subcommittee. So I think that you should retain 339 and create a subcommittee to look at both of them simultaneous. It makes no sense to do otherwise. And again, very disappointed. If we're going to ITL this, that just sends a direct message. We don't care about your basic health in the schools. We don't care about the students' health, the pupils' health, the educators' health, the staff health. Okay, and we have a lot of systems that are in deep problems. The Department of Education made that clear to us. And so I think this should at the very least be retained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakers.
Yeah, I just had a question as to why, because I know when we talked about this beforehand, what we were planning on doing was combining the two into one, retain the one, ITL the other, just so we have one, and I'm not sure why we can't do that.
Again, Mr. Chair, I mean, 339, or not 339, 267 explicitly is about acoustical issues. It references acoustical standards. The construction standards are in regards to school acoustics. And for a subcommittee to go somehow beyond that is to go well beyond the subject matter of the bill at hand, which is supposedly being studied by the subcommittee. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. And I don't want to feel like beating the same dead horse, but there may be a pony here somewhere, I guess, as Representative Luno may say. This committee clearly, if we look at on page 1, line 1, 2, and 3, it talks about study the air quality and policies to improve the environmental factors of schools. It's not talking about new construction. It's not talking about what's going to happen 5 years from now when we get all these new figures together. We're talking about looking at the current schools in New Hampshire, which we know are in a lot of them in miserable shape when it comes to air quality, the impact on student success, and the overall health of the faculty and the students that are in them. I think this bill is a whole different ball of wax than just the construction of the acoustical tile new building construction. This bill to me, it says to every teacher in New Hampshire and every student parent in New Hampshire, we're concerned about what you breathe when you go out of that building. And we're so concerned about it, we're going to do an entire study to come up with the best recommendations how to improve it. That's what that says to me. This doesn't say anything about new construction. It's a whole different bill. I would much concur this committee go forward and let them do their work. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out the aspect of the term air quality that sometimes gets overlooked. Air quality in a school building is more than just ventilation and HVAC. In our community alone, well, in our state, actually in New England, I'm going to go as far as to say why we build flat roofed buildings in New England that leak all winter long and result in mold problems and repairs that cost us all, I don't know. But in our town, mold has been a problem, and it was discovered because the air quality became bad. We had a bat infestation in one of the buildings, and I'm talking like horror movie quality stuff. And the only reason that we knew it was because the air quality became so bad that people were getting affected respiratorily. So I have no problem retaining both of these bills. And if your subcommittee wants to come out with one bill that encompasses everything, so be it. But yeah, I think we're missing an opportunity to deliver a message that we truly want to take on all forms of mishap that affect air quality in our buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. And I guess, before COVID even came, asthma is a tremendous problem in schools with students, and they need air quality control. Also, buildings have been cobbled together, where I know in my school, one section was built in 1969 and another section built in the late 80s or 90s, and an addition was added here or there. I'm sure it happens in many schools. And lo and behold, the problem was air quality, air ventilation. And it took a lot of effort on parents' part to actually get the school to look at it, at what was happening. We also in Sunapee have a school that's almost 100 years old that has the same problem as the LOB. It was designed with steam heat and has no ventilation system at all. And COVID funds will not address all these issues, and nor would it point out places for people to school districts to look for these issues and to make some mitigating construction or whatever. So I too think that this bill is equally important as the acoustic bill and separate, that it is actually a bill that has a lot of need in the state of New Hampshire right now. So I would really say retain this bill, make it an important bill, make it a statement from this education committee that air quality has been a problem before COVID and probably will be afterwards, but we want to study it and come up with some conclusions about it and some recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to do at this point in time, before we go on with any further questions, I'm going to recess the committee for me for about 10 minutes. And there will be a Republican caucus.
Democrats will caucus as well, Mel.
So, okay, so if you're doing that, so let's come back at the clock on the wall is basically saying it's almost 10:30 here by LOB time. So let's come back in about 15 minutes, a quarter out, makes it easier. Okay? You get that, Dave?
Yeah, so we've got, so quarter of 11, Democrats will caucus in our meeting room, so make sure we disconnect from this. Mel, you're muted, so that's why I'm talking.
Whose time are we using? Because I have 10:23.
Come back by time at quarter of 11.
Okay.
Yeah, use the time on your phone.
Lisa has her hand raised. Is she good or?
No, she's not good that way. We cannot have a caucus on this system.
Okay, do you want me to? I have a Zoom account.
So, well, we can call these people, yes, because there are only several out there. So we need to mute that right now. That's
probably.
And then you're trying to get on your phone and you don't have any Bluetooth, nothing.
Perfect, Deb. 10:45.
All right, so
All right, we're back live.
Good, we're live.
So everybody better know we don't have a clerk back up. You have a chance to get to the refrigerator, Mel?
No, not yet.
You're still snacking, Rick.
I'm eating a stale old cookie. My 2-year-old wouldn't even eat it.
What?
She was just at the hall on the bench.
We're just trying to run down Barb.
She may have, because they were talking until just before, so she may have,
To the ladies' room.
yeah.
So Rick, who won the basketball game last night?
Yeah. It was they split the team in 2 parts and the team was playing the same team. It's Barnet Village School. Well, I have a case, because here I have to get the kids in the car, they have to be at that for game that starts at 6:30 and it gets over around 8 o'clock. And it was held up at St. Jay.
Really?
I'm tripping down the highway talking with you, going down I-91.
Hey, how's Andrew doing this season?
Well, he's not playing because he had the operation that he had got at Children's Hospital, and they went through like a 10-hour surgery with a concave chest, and they had to go into the back. He's only getting 7%. He had what they call tall man syndrome, where you only have 70% air. And now you don't have to worry about that, Glenn. He's doing much better now. And he's working with his coach up there, doing some preliminary things, dealing with, working with his legs and that. But he won't be able to do anything really active for about 3 months. And then he's going to be back playing golf at St. Lawrence University.
What's he, about 6'7" now?
7 foot.
Wow.
7 foot. Jesus. Wow.
One of the recommendations came from the doctor down there is you can't put them in your camera. You've got to get a car that he can fit in.
Jesus.
I'm chasing around looking at cars. The only one he fits in now is the new Ford Explorer.
Wow.
40
That's
plus
big.
$1,000.
Yes.
How big's his shoe?
Oh, it's like, it's huge. I can't tell you. His father is the same height.
Wow.
6'9". And I was the shortest one in my family, so it's a bad mix.
Right.
And, you can't go to LLB and buy him a pair of shorts or a pair of pants. You gotta go to the tailor and get them made. Now, big and tall does, because big and tall is usually big around the waist.
Right,
Yeah.
and tall.
So, hey, let's get on with this bill, okay? We don't need any chatter about my grandson. Thank you for the interest of. I'm going to recognize Representative Hobson for her to speak for a second.
Well, everybody, I have good news. I am going to withdraw my motion to ITL. I'm gonna make a new motion to retain the bill.
But what about the second? We
Oh,
gotta
I'm
get this.
sorry.
Who made?
I take back my second to the motion.
Okay, so we no longer have a motion to ITL this bill. Now I will recognize Representative Hobson for a motion, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to retain HB 339. That will give.
And Representative Andros, do you want to make a second?
I second the motion to retain this bill House, what is it, 339?
Yeah.
Yes, 339.
That's good. All righty, would you like to speak to your motion, please, Representative Hobson?
Sure. We are going to retain this bill to work on some of the data collection around air air quality, air handling, and study the matter a little further. So that's all I've got.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Representative Hobson for the motion that she just put forward. I think this will provide us an opportunity to really look at this thing. And as Representative Mullen said, this is more than just air. I mean, there are other issues that are in that HVAC system that is having a definite problem on students and personnel. Thank you very much, Representative Hobson, for making this motion.
Okay, so is there a further discussion, Representative Tanner?
I don't, I forgot to take my hand down, sorry.
That's okay. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to mention that this week I talked with the director of CARES and ESSER funding at the Department of Education. And next week it is expected that there will be an online system available to districts to apply for the ESSER 2 funds, which is over $140 million. And specifically included in the allowable expenses for ESSER 2 are air quality issues, HVAC systems, and even doors and windows. So you might have your districts be looking for that information that should be coming out next week.
Okay, folks, I'm going to, if there's no further discussion on this, I'm going to have the clerk call the roll. The motion is to retain HB 339.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Allard?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Andrus?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Lake?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Last?
Yes.
It's unanimous, 20-0.
Thank you very much. So I will be putting together a committee to look at this, both issues. Be it a committee of the whole or a subcommittee, depending on how many people want to be participants in this. As I stated before, I believe this is an extremely important issue. And both these bills are important. And it goes further that we have other systems within our schools which need attention. So I hope we can get on it as quickly as possible. I think this is almost even a better way of doing it than waiting for a bill to go through the Senate, if it makes it through the Senate, where they're not really supporting committee development this year. But then to have to wait for something to be signed in, we can start right now and take advantage of the spring months we have to try to work with Amy Clark and company over there and other professionals to get some answers to these real important issues. Thank you very much, all. I'd like to now return to HB 319, requiring students in the university and community college systems of New Hampshire to pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Civics Naturalization Test. I'd like to look to Representative Moffett for a motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of the amendment that was sent to the committee a couple of days ago. It's amendment 0726H. So I'd like to move that amendment.
Okay, Representative Shaw, would you like this?
I will second that.
You've got to put a motion on the floor first before you deal with the amendment.
Yes, I'd like to move OTP as amended.
No,
Second.
okay.
No, just
OTT.
Pass.
Just ought to pass
On
and
the
then
pass,
add.
you don't have anything amended to it yet.
Just ought to pass is fine and then.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and Mr. Chair, and Mr. Vice Chair.
Oh, okay, so your motion is what, Representative Moffett?
The motion on 319 is OTP.
Okay, and is there a second from Representative Shaw?
Yes.
There is. Okay, I'll recognize Representative Moffett for either comment or another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to come back to my, to the amendment which was sent to the committee, which is amendment 0726H, which I would speak to.
Are you making a motion to amend the bill with that amendment? Yes?
Yes, that's my
Okay,
motion.
is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Representative Shaw seconds that motion. Representative Moffett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak briefly to the amendment, which does reflect the concerns we've received from CCSNH and USNH. And quickly, you all should have the amendment. It does exempt certificate programs. That was a concern that came up from several quarters. So the amendment clearly exempts certificate programs. It also exempts graduate and postgraduate programs, another concern. The amendment pushes back the implementation date to January 1st, 2023. That, should this move forward, that would give all parties plenty of time to prepare and implement. I also point out that if HB 320, the high school requirement, which has already passed the House, if that should move forward, that would in large part satisfy the collegiate requirement that we're looking at here. I'd also point out that a number of other states have already put this into place. Florida has, Missouri just passed this exact same statute, so this is something that's being done elsewhere. I do want to point out that it can be administered online. I've had conversations with university and community college people. So the fact that this can be very easily put online so that students can take it at their convenience at any point during their college journey, take it as many times as they need to take it online. There's no need for the colleges spending time creating the test, administering the test, or anything like that, grading the test. And finally, we certainly sense there's a need or the desire for this, and this bipartisan support. I hope we move forward. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there further comments from the clerk? You need a second.
No, I just think that awareness, if nothing else, is extremely important. I think that too many kids are even graduating from college and don't even know the answers to the questions. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not a great burden. And I think we live in the United States of America and they ought to know these things. And that's, I feel strongly about.
Thank you. Further comments, Representative Cornell.
I don't know exactly how this will work, and I hope Representative Moffett could explain. So they're not going to take the naturalization test that's officially online and have that scored and graded, because that costs $725 to do that. So is the university or community college going to put the online test on some server that they have and the students will take that? Or I don't know how it will work.
Representative?
Sure, Representative Cornell, thank you for the question. Sure, the proposed measure specifically refers to the 128 question assessment, and all 128 questions will be part of the assessment. What can and if this moves forward, what I expect would be done would be simply for the institutions to put this online. I've taught in both the university and community college systems, and the university system has a Moodle, what they call a Moodle capability, and Blackboard is what the community college system had. And it's very easy to take 128 questions. I've done it myself many times and just simply put it on a program and make it available to be taken by the students. So no, there's no $725 charge. It's very easy to put it online and for the students to take it at their leisure.
Follow up?
Yes, you may.
So if they're taking it at home at their leisure online, there's nothing to prevent them from already having all the answers printed out and looking at them while they're taking the test.
Thank you, Russ. I'm sure the specifics of the administration, ultimately we would leave to the institutions. But it's like any other exam. I have done many assessments and exercises and exams online, and there are some protocols and security measures that can be taken. And as far as having the questions are public knowledge. They're out there, and you know, as far as a specific concern about having questions available when they take the assessment, my biggest concern is that this information wash over the students and that they know it one way or another. The specifics of the administration, again, we would leave to the institutions.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would like to question the basic premise that if college and university students could pass this test, and I guess the same thing is true with high school students, that passing this test is any way connected to being an active, articulate, intelligent citizen. I guess I'm speaking as someone, former high school teacher who spent 4 years teaching year-long US government courses, which was a required course for all seniors. And this particular approach, I think we're kidding ourselves if we think this is going to get students to be where we want them to be, or adults to be where they want to be. I mean, being able to answer a question or questions about who was president during World War I, or being able to name one Indian tribe, or being able to tell if both the president and vice president no longer serve, who becomes the president. Those, in my mind, as an educator of social studies, are not linked at all to where we want our students to be when they come out. So I would be voting against the motion.
Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things here. Going back to the point that was raised, obviously the answers are all out there already. If there's going to be any sort of proctoring or any sort of controls, that would require university or community college to be more directly engaged. It would be more complicated than simply just putting up a test. Because if you just simply put up the test that anybody can take at any time, it is very easy to simply have the set of answers next to you and just type away and put the answers in. This is not how I would ever give an exam. I've taught for over 30 years in higher education full-time. I teach US history. I'm obviously deeply concerned about the issue of civics. Not only do I teach US history, particularly political history, but obviously I've been in the legislature, so I have a clear interest here. And the concern that we see here that's being expressed by everybody, and I share that concern, is a concern that has been repeatedly voiced and demonstrated through polls, surveys, etc., all the way back to the 19-teens, okay? This is not a new issue. And simply giving a test like this will accomplish nothing, because it has accomplished nothing in the past when you do it this way. If you're going to teach civics, you need to connect it to something that is real, that is part of the students' lives, that they can use, that they can make their own. Simply answering questions will not do that. This will not, and this notion that somehow there'll be some process of osmosis that will make the student a better citizen by knowing these little factoids, it is not going to result in any such results at all. So, you know, I think it is, the motive behind it is good, but the approach is completely mistaken, and it does not follow what everything we know about education and how students learn, particularly today. This will not do the trick whatsoever. I also would, question, why are we sticking with the 128 question exam when the United States is now using the 100 question exam from 2008? The USCIS is in the process right now of phasing out the 128 exam or question exam, and is now moving back to the 100 question exam. So again, I think, the motive is fine, but this will not even remotely accomplish. And in fact, what this will do, it will diminish students' interest in civics, because it will quite clearly send the message that we just apply a simple Band-Aid. We just apply a simple test which carries no real meaning to it. It is completely disconnected to everything else in their educational progress. And that you simply do this, here are the answers, regurgitate them, take the test. Now you're fully educated by our standard on civics. And I think that's a pretty low standard to adopt. So I will have to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Shaw?
Yes. And with all due respect, Representative Blake, the way I look at it differently, and it's perfectly fine. I understand where you're coming from. I always felt that in today's world, we can look up anything we want. If I want to know the answer to something, is John Wayne still alive, whatever, you type it into Google and there's your answer. To me, what it does is, as a part of educating kids in civics, this is not the only thing. You do this test and you're done. You know everything you need to know. That isn't the way I look at it. It's an awareness of the country. It's like giving the kids an open book test. And many teachers do that. They give kids a quiz, and it's an open book test. You're searching for the information, you're reading the information, you are coming up with an answer, and you're not necessarily going to remember all of that, but you're being exposed to it. And I think it's part of the total picture of learning about civics, government, the United States of America, all of that put in together. It's just a small part, but everybody would have to do that. So they at least got that small part. If they managed to wiggle their way out of any other civics courses or history or anything else, they would have a little piece so that they have some sort of an awareness. And that's the way I look at it. It's probably a very demented way of looking at it, but it's my opinion, and I think it's important, and especially for a lot of kids who maybe aren't good memorizers. Here I am, or just to be exposed to it and to have to find the information or to recall the information. It'll remain there. Something will come up. Something will stick with them. And that's just the way I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first begin by assuring Representative Shaw that she is not demented.
No, yeah.
I have worked in the field. I know demented when I see it, and it's not Representative Shaw.
I appreciate that.
You're quite welcome. I thank you, Representative Moffett, for taking my question. First, I have a question for you. Would you believe, Representative Moffett, that I am old enough that I remember when it used to be printed on materials in school buildings that we were not allowed to photocopy or Xerox any testing materials without either purchasing the license or contacting the owner or whatever the case may be. So my question to you is, who has the proprietary rights to this exam? And are colleges going to be responsible for either buying a license or contacting immigration services? Or, I mean, do we know, I guess my question is, do we know that we can just freely take it off of the internet?
Sure, thank you for your question, Representative Mullen. Yeah, the exam is in the public domain, so it's been used, the 100 question versions is all over the place, and the 128 version the same way. Yes, it's in the public domain, it's free for use and hopefully used by all.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just also want to say that I do not think Representative Shaw is demeaned at all. And I do want to say very quickly, I do completely disagree with Representative Lay and with Representative Ellison's sentiments. This is not intended to solve everything, and we have never said it's intended to solve everything. And also, these are not irrelevant factoids. I'll say that again. I don't think these are irrelevant factoids. These are the basic fundamentals and tools that students or people or adults or anyone should have if they're going to have a sense of how our government works. And so I completely disagree that they're irrelevant factoids. And then the last thing, the 128 versus 100 question test. Yes, we specifically asked the 128. I guess it's a little bit more rigorous, but also so there'd be no confusion because there are multiple citizenship tests out there that specifically identified the 2020 version, so there would be no confusion.
Thank you very much. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. I have two questions. One is for Representative Moffett, and one I'd ask if you would allow me 90 seconds on a similar topic, an involved topic as regards this. To Representative Moffett, I just want to be clear, Representative Moffett, are you assuring us that students at the college level will not be charged any money, administration, scoring on the college credits for this? And I say that because student debt in New Hampshire is one of the leading reasons we don't have youngsters staying in New Hampshire. So can you assure me that this legislation is not going to cost college students anything?
Thank you, Representative. What I can certainly say is that this should not cost anyone anything. Someone from some institution always can try to attach a fee to something, but no, to your question, this exam has already been given, and it's being given across the country free, and it's in the public domain, and so that should not be a concern.
And to follow up, Representative Ladd,
right.
I would like to allow me to take 90 seconds and get people involved in this democracy. Would you?
I don't know where you're going with that.
I'm going exactly about this bill. I'm not going to veer off it. 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ladd and the committee. I'm going to ask all of you to take out a pencil or a paper. Take out a pencil or paper, everyone, including you, Representative Cordelli. I can see you. Take out everyone. Now, this test requires that people over 65 and you younger folks, we're going to let you use the 65-year-old version, get 5 out of 8 to get a minimum of 60 to pass the test. This test has 8 categories. So I'm just going to give you 8 questions and you can write the answers because as Representative Moffett just said, it's a basic fundamental tool that everyone should know how government works. So 90 seconds. First question, Section A. How many amendments does the United States Constitution have? Second question. How many voting members are in the House of Representatives? Third question. What is the purpose of the 10th Amendment? Cordelli, come on, jump in. Fourth question.
I see you.
Fourth question. Is it important for all men ages 18 to 25 to register for selective service, and why? Fifth question. Why is the Federalist Papers important?
What was that one?
Why are the Federalist Papers important? Sixth question, almost done.
I can't write that fast.
If you either know the answer or you don't.
Yeah, but in your
Basic tool.
questions, I can't answer why that fast.
What amendment gives citizenship to all persons born in the United States? Last question. Why did the United States enter World War I? Oh, one more. And why does the flag have 13 stripes? Now, all you need to get is get 5 out of those 8 to pass and be a good citizen if you're over 65. That's all it takes. So you check, this is self-checking. The first answer, how many amendments? 27. How many voting members?
435.
Excellent. Oh, you cheated, you're a teacher. What's the purpose of the 10th Amendment?
Reserved powers to the states.
Federal government, correct. Let someone else answer cheat, will you? Okay.
I'm sorry, I know these.
Is it important for all men ages 18 to 25 to register for selective service? Name one reason. We have three retired officers here. Somebody should have that. Representative Ladd, Moffett, Allard.
The law.
That's not why. Okay.
National defense.
Why are the Federalist Papers important?
Identify able-bodied men for the service of the country.
Thank you, Barbara. Not to mention either. What amendment gives citizenship to all persons born in the U.S.?
15.
14. Why did the U.S. I'll ask Representative Cordelli, because he's so excited here. Why did the U.S. enter World War I?
Thinking of the
Lusitania.
That was
the Zimmerman telegram.
It's not really.
Economics.
I was gonna say money is
Money.
the answer. Money.
And finally, why are there 13 stripes?
13 colonies.
Okay, if you get 5 out of 8, you can be a U.S. citizen, Barbara.
Okay, I think I sort of made your point.
Thank you for that option, Representative Ladd. I appreciate the allowing that, so everybody knows the test we're talking about.
In regard to the selective service, I don't think it really does much of anything, seeing that I got my draft notice when I came home from Vietnam.
I was number 10 and I was in basic. I hear you.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next question. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Moffett, you said that this bill would exempt those who are taking certificate courses. Where do I find that in this law?
Yes,
What line are we talking about?
I think it's on line 7, actually.
it specifically says degree requirements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Lay, seeing you passed the test, you can ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I just want to respond to some of the comments that were responding to me. And I appreciate the views of my colleagues, most certainly. But again, these points that are raised here on this test, if they are not connected to anything substantive, whether it be in an additional course, whether it be as part of the overall curriculum of a student, they are simply factoids, okay? Students will not retain them. Students will retain things they use and that are connected in a living way to their education. That is not what is being proposed here. And so what will happen is it will simply be an additional hurdle that a student needs to go through. They will simply have the answers next to them. Again, I know how students operate, and in particularly in an online environment where there is no particular vested interest on the part of the university or the college to proctor the exams or anything of the sort, and just let the student go ahead and take it. This will not have anything. And I would particularly, I mean, there were comments made that this is, and points made that this is similar to an open book test, or it is, part of the total picture. And yes, it could be, but just simply giving the exam is not similar to an open book test in an exam. I'm actually giving an exam tomorrow where my students can bring in U.S. history, where they can bring in any notes that they want to bring on the exam sheet, okay? And so the process of having them develop their notes in advance is helping them to learn, okay? But here, the answers are already available. It's all there. It's all laid out for them. And so there will not be learning happening. It just simply won't. And I fear that what we are doing here is it's not even applying an effective Band-Aid to a longstanding issue of a failure of civic knowledge, civic awareness. Much more useful would be having students go to town meetings. Much more useful would be having students engaged in particular ways, whether in the political process, or however, but simply giving a test of 128 questions is not going to do it, I'm afraid. So again, I have to reiterate, I have to oppose this.
I think we're getting close to where we should start calling the roll here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Something we haven't talked about, and we didn't have substantial testimony on 319, but the one that actually raised the most significant concern to me was the representative from NECHI, who yes, spoke to the institution's ability to attain and retain certification requirement in view of certain graduation requirements being prescribed by legislatures and politicians. And she pointed that out as a very strong concern. I think we're also probably going to have similar concerns when the work group on the merger convenes on tomorrow with respect to higher education accreditations. And I guess I'm not sure what I don't think the amendment does anything to address Ms. O'Brien's concerns on this. And frankly, I think I think we as a committee should be really sure about what the accreditation impact would be on our university system, on our community college system, that I think work with in terms of matriculated students in undergraduate and associates and bachelor's programs probably is in the 50 to 60,000 student range statewide. So I think the impact could be potentially very, very significant on not only the number of students, but on the certifications of these colleges, and how the certifications, also impact everything from federal research grants and everything else that's tied to being a certified institution. So I just hope we're not moving forward blindly, on this really what I think is a very important, very significant bill for our state institutions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. We're dealing with the amended language to 319 as reflected in Amendment 0726H. The motion is to.
Ought to pass. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No,
Representative Luno,
No,
Representative Shaw, yes, Representative Cornell,
Nope.
Representative Tanner,
No,
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
12-8.
Would you like to put a motion forward now, please, Mr.?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to now move that the amended bill move forward OTPA.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Shaw seconds the motion that the bill move forward OTPA with the amendment that we did. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Representative Shaw, would you please call the roll?
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
no,
Representative Luno,
no,
Representative Shaw, yes, Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
no,
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
12-8.
I hope Channel 9 shows the test that Steve ran earlier.
Mr.
Be good to see
Mr.
that tonight.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a point of order. Don't we usually vote on the amendment first?
It did.
We did.
We did? Because I thought we changed it around so
No.
that we voted
no.
OTP. Okay, sorry.
Representative Ladd, Representative Lay will do the minority report on this.
Would it be ITL or Representative Lay?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so Professor Moffett will go ahead and not go ahead, Professor Lay.
Thank you.
I'd love to see university have some discussion on this. Okay, we're going to go to the next bill that's on the docket today, and it's HB 441. HB 441 is requiring the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to be placed in all public schools. And with that, I'd like to recognize Representative Bone for a motion.
I make a motion for ITL.
And Representative Sadi?
Second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, ITL on HB 441, made by Representative Bone and second by Representative Sadi. Representative Bone, do you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, this is a Declaration of Human Rights done 70 years ago, in some cases outdated. And if schools want to put it up, they can. But the problem is there are some, just because the country, the United States, is a member of the United Nations, doesn't mean we, as citizens of the United States, a sovereign country, should be subjected to any declarations of a non-US agency, country or otherwise. Also, at the last minute, it's going to be a 28A issue also. Even though the declarations can be given free and whatnot, they still have to be posted, put up, and maintained. So with that, my opinion. Thank you.
Representative Sadi, do you care to make any statements?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I checked with OLS, and there's no such requirement for documents like the U.S. Constitution or a Declaration of Independence. So I find that this bill is about a presumption. I mean, it's fine as a teaching tool, but I find that this bill is
jumps the shark.
Thank you very much. Further comments? Are there any comments elsewhere within the committee? Not seeing any hands fly, so we will go ahead. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes.
And the motion is ITL on 441, Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Motion is ITL. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative,
Yes. Ooh.
17-3.
17-3 plus a dog. Two for agree and three for disagree. I think he agreed.
Is that your dog, Representative Tanner? No. Okay, that must be Representative Luno's dog then.
No, it was Brady barking Brady the traitor.
Shocked by your vote.
Okay.
The question is whether or not we put this on consent. Steve, what's your feeling on that?
Or do you want to do a minority report?
You want to do a minority report, Steve?
I'd rather go with consent.
Consent. Okay, put it on consent, Chairman Mott.
With consent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Report coming to you.
You don't get to just speak that one. Okay. For 1 week, we have about 25 minutes here before lunch.
I hope we're going to do House Bill 69 next.
That makes sense.
Okay, let's do it. HB 69. HB 69 is a bill relative to the display of the national motto in schools. Representative Hobson?
Sure, I'll make the motion. Make a motion to opt to pass.
No.
Relative to this national motto in school.
Kidding me.
Is there a second?
You're kidding me.
Representative Luno, just comment. We don't. Representative Cordelli, you did second that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Hobson and second by Representative Cordelli. Representative Hobson, would like to speak to your motion?
I will. So this bill is enabling legislation permits school boards to provide copies of the national motto of the United States to display in school buildings. And I believe there is appropriation in there for the acceptance of donations. So this is not a 28A issue and it's not a requirement.
Further discussion? Representative Lakis?
Yeah, the difference between this bill and the previous one is the previous one was a mandate and this one is just a may. And that's really the big difference between the two.
Okay, Representative Myler, did you have your hand up?
Well, I might as well. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though this is a May thing, it still is. It's similar to the one we just put in ITL. I just don't understand why we're recommending to school districts to do these kinds of things. I mean, if they want to do it, they can do it anyway. Now we're trying to put this in law that permits them to do that. I just don't think it's necessary. This is another example of government overreach. We hear that all the time. So absolutely, I just disagree with this. The other thing is that this is our motto that was placed in, and in some people, they don't believe in God. And this pluribus unum was our original motto, which we should have kept to begin with, but that's not where we are right now. So I just think it's not necessary.
Thank you. Representative Leon?
Thank you. One of the other important differences here is that this is the United States motto, and we were talking about the United Nations Declaration. I believe that distinction is critical.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to speak to this again, as I did in the hearing. HB 69, it's not a bill that's needed. It wasn't needed last session. If you recall, it was done exactly on this day last session, March 11th. It wasn't needed then. It's not needed today. The bill doesn't change one iota of a thing today that can't already happen. And I quote from the bill, the school board may provide, and later on it said the school board may accept, yada, yada, yada. Last year, Representative Ladd, and I quote, you said, this bill does nothing. And he was right then, and you're right now. From a legislative point of view, why would we make another law that says nothing, requires nothing, does nothing? I mean, moving beyond this legislative foolishness, if you will, I bring to you the larger point that Representative Dr. Ladd talked about the other day. This isn't 1956, when President Eisenhower, in concert with, by the way, Billy Graham, worked together to make Christianity and patriotism into this weapon against the godless communists. And please don't think of my lack of support for this bill comes from my lack of personal patriotism or my non-belief in God. That's not the case. I'm a proud Army veteran. I'm deacon in my church. So that's irrelevant to the topic. Our personal beliefs, yours and mine, should not dictate school policy. Today is 2021. Many of us outside our door, our house door, especially during mud season, when you may have a mat that says, welcome. The mat does two things. It keeps the mud out of the house if you live in the North Country, and it allows your friends to be welcome to your home. Using a similar, if you will, education metaphor, the schools are the homes and the students are our guests. But by putting the national motto, "In God We Trust," at the front of the school, it does not present a welcome sign. It actually says, you're not welcome here. Now you may say, to whom, you may ask, is the sign not welcoming? And I'd say to all of us, students and their parents and visitors that don't necessarily hold the same Judeo-Christian beliefs that you and I may have. Think of the population of children and the backgrounds that they bring to the schools today in 2021. This is not the same demographic as 1956. As Representative Myla said, maybe it's time to recall the national model that was established in 1782, out of one in many. That fits in 2021. And I'd go on record asking you to reject this bill and ITL it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Likas, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. If part one was the only thing that was in this, I would say, yes, it does nothing. And there's no point in it. But part two is the protection of the school who does choose to put this up. I don't know if any schools will, but if they do, part two is the important part, is that the Office of the Attorney General shall defend the display. So we're trying to shortcut any lawsuits that may happen should a school decide to do this. And say, yes, they definitely are still allowed. I don't know that any schools will, but I will say after 9/11, many schools on their big billboards said, "In God We Trust." So they may, and this part two is the important, says that, yes, and they will be defended for doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Bowen.
Yeah, to further clarify what Representative Lakers said, in our school after 9/11, 20 years ago, right after it, all the big billboards in all three of our schools outside had "In God We Trust" on it. Nobody told them to do it. They did it on their own. So this says, hey, if you do it now, you're going to be protected.
Further comments? Representative Lade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, who protects and defends the interests of the students who don't believe in God? I personally do not believe in the Judeo-Christian God. I do not accept that. My children do not believe, yet they attended public school. And if this sign is out front, what does it say to my children? What does it say to them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Shaw.
Yeah, Representative Wade just said, basically what I was thinking is that, I think that this is isolating students who believe in a different religion. It might still be God, but they don't recognize it in that name or whatever. And I think we're singling out children by having this in the schools. I think if they want to put it up as an informational thing, as part of a, historical display with, mottos and documents and things like that. But to just have it displayed as like, here's, you put something like that in a school on display, it means that this is what you live by. And I just think it's out of place. And I would definitely disagree with the ought to pass on this.
Further comments? Representative Woodcock, your hands up.
Yeah, and one just to address the comments been made, Representative Ladd, very quickly. No one is suggesting that it's illegal. We're not suggesting that at all. It is legal. Part 2 just says if someone takes you to court, the state will pay the money. So that's all it says. The state will cover you and pay the bill. It is legal. That's not the question. It's not proper. It's not moral, and it's not welcoming.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other group. Okay, Representative Sadi, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't see this as a problem because, well, it's just like it's just you say bless you. Yeah.
Can you use the microphone, because I don't think you can hear it. Sorry.
In much the same fashion that when somebody sneezes and you say bless you, are you endorsing God in that statement? You're more or less endorsing the culture that you're in. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's God that you're endorsing. You're endorsing the establishment of the culture that you're in. And I don't feel that it should bother people who are atheist or agnostic. Yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you very much. Representative Cannon.
Thank you. And my little hand raising thing on the panelist board isn't working, so that's why I'm waving madly. I agree with what people have said about how it makes schools a little bit less than welcoming for all people, and I think that's an important part of our public schools, that we open to everybody, that we recognize their culture, and that we don't try to intimidate them in some way, which I think some people would find this intimidating. I also think that the fact that we have that part of the law that or part of this bill that says that the state's going to pick up the tab if you get sued indicates that this is a contentious issue, that putting it out there is going to mean that it's going to offend some people, and some people are going to be anxious about it, and some people are going to create diversion by it, or they may not take it to court, but they may bring it to the school board. And is that really what we want to encourage at this point in our nation, when we have so much division right now, to put some red flag in front of some people? I just find that not what I want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Andros.
According to what I have read, and I have it right in front of me right now, back in 2018, Florida was one of 7 states that passed laws requiring or permitting schools and other public buildings to post "In God We Trust." And so this issue that we have right before us, I realize there's pros and cons, but it's not a new thing. And they've passed laws in other states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, I agree with a lot of what's been said. I do think, however, that Representatives Lekas and Tanner really sort of got to the point on this, where Roman 1 lets them do, says they can do something that they already have, they can do. But Roman 2 puts the Attorney General in a very unique position. The Attorney General normally can choose what laws to defend or not. And this puts the Attorney General in a position where they shall defend the display. And on other bills that I've seen where now a mandate is placed upon a department, we've seen fiscal notes on that. There was talk earlier this week, I think, about a fiscal note for a $20,000 thing, and I think that's pales in comparison to what a defense could be. And I think this is probably a very good example of a bill where we should seek a fiscal note from the LBA and get some input from the Department of Justice in terms of what this would require in terms of defending a school district on this, because I think as many people have said, and I think on all sides of this issue, that it's a contentious issue, and certainly will spark a lawsuit in any district that does it. The AG will be on the hook to defend the school district. I think we should know what the cost is.
Thank you very much. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I had the same reaction to reading this bill that I did when I read the previous bill, 441, and that was that I foresaw my constituents being upset if I voted in favor of the bill. And I say that universally, whether it was the human rights thing or In God We Trust. I looked at both of those bills and thought, if I vote in favor of these bills, I am going to have constituents that are going to be really upset over the divisiveness of the bill. And so I respectfully chose to vote with the motion on the ITL motion on the human rights bill. I have to say that I feel that in voting against ought to pass on this, I want to make it perfectly clear that it does not reflect my own personal beliefs in God or not. What it reflects is my respect for all of my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leon. No, Representative Hobson, excuse me.
Yeah. I just wanted to, I'm a co-sponsor on this bill, and I would hate to speak for the sponsor. But I just wanted to point out that I think this bill is not meant to be divisive. I think that this bill, in my intention in signing on to it, brings people with the spirit of being united as United States citizens. And we all come from different countries. We all have heritage in different countries. Agreeing that the United States motto is something we can all get behind brings us together. It makes us more alike. So I just wanted to add that, you obviously have to vote the way you think your constituents want you to vote. But I would also add that I think that schools, if they are confronted with constituents that are uncomfortable with this, most likely would not put it out. But if they want to, and they're want them to, then this is enabling legislation. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakers, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that all of our money says in God we trust, which we handle all of the time. And I haven't seen any lawsuits or upset or people not wanting to handle money because they're atheists and it says in God we trust. So it is our state motto and it is on our money. I mean, our federal motto, and it is on our money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, your hand is down. Okay. Okay, I don't see any other hands up in the air on this particular bill. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is on HB 69, displaying the national motto in schools. Motion was made by Representative Hobson, seconded by Representative Cordelli, and the motion is off to pass.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Aller.
No.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
10-10. No recommendation.
No recommendation.
Will there be a minority?
Yes, Representative Tanner will issue that report.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I apologize for interrupting. If no other motions are going to come forward and you guys have a no recommendation, both sides will need to author a report.
Yeah,
Right.
That's what we're preparing.
Right.
A statement, yes. Thank you.
So Representative Hobson, you're writing a report,
Sure.
and you're writing the other.
Representative Tanner.
Representative Tanner, thank you very much.
Very much.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is, because the LOB time says we're approaching 12 o'clock here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break here, and we're going to come back here, let's say in 45 minutes. Is that good enough? Anybody need more than that? I think that should be ample.
Well, if you could give us a specific time, just because I don't trust the LOB is quite on the same time as like the computers here. I'm showing 11:53 right now. What does the clock there say?
So what I'm going to say to that, Doug, is that we're going to come back at 12:45.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Here your telephone time.
Yep, thank you. Thanks.
I have 7 minutes to 12.
Just disappeared. What's the one with the background on? Last week. Is the background. Oh, that's what you need to do.
Okay, welcome back for all the committee members.
Ta-da!
It is 12:45.
Yep.
We're gonna just keep whittling down through this docket that we have set up for today. And the next one after HB 69 is HB 581. Relative to the burden of proof in special education. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized. Very much.
I would like to move on to pass on House Bill 581 relative to the burden of proof in special education hearings.
Representative Moffett, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like to second that.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor to pass 581 made by Representative Cordelli and seconded by Representative Moffett. Representative Cordelli, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This bill is about leveling the playing field a little bit for parents of children with special needs. Essentially, shift the burden of proof in due process hearings from parents who, in most cases, is the complaining party to the school district. The school district has all the resources, the lawyers.
Representative Ladd, a point of order. We're having a hard time hearing Representative Cordelli. I'm sorry.
Can you hear Representative Cordelli now, Representative Myler?
Let's have him speak and we'll tell you.
Yes, can you, better now?
No, much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
as it appears, as he moves back and forth from the microphone, that's what's happening. Instead of just being right there, he's moving.
Well, what it is, we have one of these mics on the top of the desk here, and it's aimed at me and not towards him. I don't know if it's direction.
Okay, thank you.
Right at him now.
So just to repeat, the motion is ought to pass, and this bill is intended to level the playing field in due process hearings and put the burden of proof on the school district. They have the resources, they have the lawyers, where parents don't. Parents have to pay in many cases, $20,000 and up if they want to take a case to due process hearing. This will level the playing field, and I think we owe it to the parents of children with special needs to make sure that they get a fair hearing as to the services that are needed by their children, which is in accordance with the intent of IDEA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Representative Moffett, being maker of the second, do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, I just support the sentiments that Representative Cordelli just expressed.
Thank you. Representative Mullins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce an amendment to House Bill 581. It is Amendment 0759H, and you all should have received a copy of it.
Could you repeat that number, please, Representative?
Yep, 0759H.
Are you moving out to pass that, Representative Mullen?
I am.
I second that motion.
I'm waiting to see if the chair has his copy.
Yes, I have that copy here, Representative Mullen. Are you making a motion to move 581, or the amendment to that 59H?
I am.
And I second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so with a motion that's been made on 0759H, made by Representative Mullen and seconded by Representative Myler. Representative Mullen, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Okay, so full transparency on this. I have gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth between the two positions on this bill so many times that I have not only driven myself crazy, I've probably driven my colleagues crazy too, because I've talked about it so much. I believe that there is merit in all positions on this particular topic, but I am not sure that everybody has an equal understanding of the processes that go on at the Department of Education. I'm not sure myself that I understand both the intended and unintended consequences of changing the burden of proof. And so this amendment seeks to turn the bill into a study committee that would do three things. First, it would give us time via the study committee and then the report of the study committee back to the full committee to familiarize everyone with the extent and the depth of the processes that currently exist at the DOE for dispute resolution. The second thing that it would do is allow us an opportunity to examine the processes, the responsibilities, and the potential outcomes of shifting the burden of proof from the school district where it, from the presenting party. It actually, the burden of proof belongs to whoever is bringing the case. But 581 would shift that burden to the school district. And I'm not sure that we have, I certainly have not had adequate time to convince myself that I know what the intended and unintended consequences would be. And then based upon the findings of that, I think we will be in a position to recommend legislation moving forward should we decide that we're going to change things. So that is my amendment, and I would be happy to take questions to answer to the best of my ability.
Representative Shaw.
Yes, thank you. There is no doubt that there is a breakdown somewhere along the line because things are in place, but parents are not getting the services, their children aren't getting the services. There's a breakdown somewhere along the way. And I think that studying this would really bring the final result, which would be of the best interest of the parents, because this is needed. But there's a breakdown somewhere. And it's basically at the local level. And it needs to be, there needs to be a coordinated effort to bring all this information to the parents and to help them to get through it. It shouldn't be, well, you know, here's the rules, you know, this is the way it goes. Generic IEPs, things like that, that's wrong. There needs to be a distinct process, and I think that the burden of proof should definitely be on the school district or the DOE, and not on the parents. But there needs to be more education for the parents into their process and what they have in front of them. They shouldn't be intimidated. They shouldn't be expected to know all this legal stuff, and they shouldn't have to get a lawyer. So there's definitely a breakdown, and maybe this is the answer, is to have a study committee. Thank you.
Representative Cordell, you have a question on Representative Mullen?
No, I don't have time.
Yeah, just a comment.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Wait a minute, if I do want to offer the opportunity to the maker, the second, who seconded that motion.
Great.
If you're not going to be asking a question directly of Representative Mullen, then I want to have Representative Myler have a chance to take that second position. Then you can.
Thank you very much.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would concur with Representative Mullen's comment about the emotion and the issues that are with this. There is no doubt in my mind that that parents need to have the greatest opportunity to advocate for their child if, in fact, they feel the school district is in error as it relates to the programs that they've proposed for their child. But here's the issue. By the time you get to a due process hearing, it's too late. It's taken too much time to get to that process. But perhaps some members of the committee don't realize there is a whole process that takes place prior to getting to the due process hearing. There's mediation sessions, there's IEP meetings. In fact, in this state, we're one of the only states in which the parent has to sign off on an IEP program for their child. Other states don't do that. The school district has total control over that. We don't do that in this state. We have taken pride in this state in dealing with special education needs students. And that process is very intimate, that moves along various ways. In fact, the Disability Center has a thick book that talks about how this is done. Now, my point is, by the time you get to the due process hearing, it's too late for that child. Somewhere along the line, there needs to be a much more immediate look at how the school district and the parents can resolve any kind of a dispute. Don't forget, when we had testimony, that there are not many due process hearings because the school district wants to try to solve these problems at the lowest level of that process. Representative Mullen's amendment, my hope would be in it, if it's passed, is that we could deal with those lower level hearings to enable a more robust sharing of information, a more robust engagement in the process, so that we don't have to get to a due process hearing, that the resolution can take place earlier. This is an important bill for all parties involved here. In my sense, the study committee would enable us to do that. We had a study committee on this a session ago, and we discovered that there were many opportunities to try to engage in this. But I think what we did miss, we missed the opportunity of how do you share information in a more robust way at the earlier part of the process, rather than having to wait to a due process part to get to that. So I would encourage the committee to seriously look at this as an opportunity to really open up that process and try to resolve this problem at the earliest phases possible in the whole process of considering issues for education of special ed students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I wanted to point out that this previous bill last term had been sent to interim study. I don't know what happened in terms of studying, but evidently there wasn't much studying going on except saying that it should not come back to legislation. In terms of not many due process hearings, there are valid reasons why. And it basically is the cost to the parents. Why is a parent going to spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, as we heard testimony about, to try and do this, especially when they know the deck is stacked against them? The school district has all the resources. In terms of the many steps going up to the due process hearings, mediation and so forth. Again, the district holds all the cards. They have all the student information. They have the observations of the student in the classroom. But if they're not sharing that information, if they're not letting the parent come in and observe the classroom, if they're not providing all the information to the parent, the deck is stacked against them. We need to do something. Proficiency levels for children with disabilities in the state is in the neighborhood of 15% proficiency in math and English. If we want these kids with special needs to become productive, self-sufficient adults, education is the way. But if they cannot get the services that they need, they're not going anywhere in terms of being self-sufficient. This is a step to level the playing field and to give equal footing to parents. I'll refer back to the letter we had from the lobbyist for the school special education administrators. Unbelievable, unbelievable about the increased local costs. But what about the cost of the parents? What about the human costs? What about the cost for those children who are not getting the services and cannot get a fair hearing? And the other statement about school districts have finite costs. Again, what about the cost for the parent? Talk about finite costs. Heck, the school district can go out and raise taxes anytime. Parents can't go out and get a second and third job all the time just so they can have a due process hearing. Come on. Quote our president, come on, man. Let's do something for the kids. Let's do something for the kids with disabilities and their parents.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. I appreciate that. To speak to both the amendment and the primary motion. First off, I sincerely want to thank Representative Cordelli for bringing this topic forward. As Representative Mullen indicated, this is an easy which side of the coin you want to be on topic. There's no right answer here. Representative Shaw clearly indicated what the pathway is, and the youngsters and the parents who are being neglected. Barbara's comments were right on target. It is a back-loaded system when we try to make the clarification at the final meeting of due process. The system should be a front-loaded system. We engage the youngsters and the parents, the family, much earlier from day one. Having sat through many IEPs throughout my career, I agree, the parents often come out short-suited. And this is a great opportunity to take a look at that whole system and pull it together. So I think that's a key point. I think this is the time to do that, not wait till the end. I do have to take umbrage though with some of Representative Cordelli's comments about leveling the playing field and the human costs and the students' costs, and let's do something. That's all funding. That's all education funding. We want to level the playing field. Let's improve the educational funding system for students and for special needs students in the system. Let's improve the way we identify access and achievement. That's the whole part of the piece. You just can't extract one little digit and say, well, this is what we're going to address. But in the bigger picture, Representative Shaw is right on target. This should be a study committee that is robust, and I'd love to have Representative Cordelli on it, and I'd be happy to join him. I think this is the critical piece. Parents with students who have special needs are gypped from day one. It's a difficult process from day one before the youngsters even get there, and then no matter how successful they are, which through the process, they're always at a disadvantage, and I agree with that. But I think we have to look at the process as a bigger entity, Representative Ladd, and start at the bottom. I would happy to work with Representative Mullen and Cordelli on this and bring it up a better picture, better for parents. Thank you.
I'm going to just interject for a second because I haven't put my hand up, but I'd like to wade into this. I too have been a teacher and a principal for the 30 years. And absolutely, I've seen so many kids that have had difficulties simply because they're up against this bureaucratic machine. And we just heard people say, we need to engage. Parents are gypped. Not many due process hearings have been heard. I wonder why. Well, I'll give you an example that occurred right here with one of my own kids, grandkids, in New Hampshire, who had to have speech pathology. And we conferred. In fact, my daughter, one of my daughters, who's a speech pathologist, audiologist, also indicated that he needed some speech help. So we went to school and we got the IEP. When we came in for the annual review, there was a real problem. Our grandson had told us that he hadn't really met with a speech pathologist hardly at all, maybe once a month. And of course, that's not what the IEP said. And there was a para providing that service, evidently. When we went in and had that IEP meeting, my daughter asked for her son, is there any documentation of those IEP meetings, which should be held? She is a special ed teacher. She knows the law. There was none. No documentation of the times that the service was supposed to be provided. I even questioned whether the service was being provided. Now, this bill reverses the burden of proof. Persuasion and production are now on the part of the school district to provide that evidence. We couldn't get the evidence. We couldn't get the schedule book, which showed the days are the days the student didn't get that help. And the reason why there's so very few due process hearings, parents just don't know how to do this. Or else they haven't been explained how to do this. Or the leadership's not there. There's certainly not accountability within the program I watch. Now, I'm not saying this is on a wide basis that that's true every school. It's not. I can recall many an IEP meeting where all that was documented, the services were provided, and there was tremendous gains. So I'm not trying to squash this, and I don't think that's what anybody here is trying to say. And in fact, I've heard other administrators, principals, and teachers saying, yes, we acknowledge there is an issue. But I'm at the point myself where I became a very frustrated grandfather, and in fact, a frustrated father when my son was sent out to the hallway in a school for a half hour unsupervised because he was not acting appropriately in the classroom, second grade. Came out, he had a mural drawn all over the hallway wall. It turned out he's gifted with an IQ well over 138, well over 138, and achievement scores. And he's the one growing grapes in Bulgaria or Romania right now, has a vineyard. He made it, but we were also told by that principal in that school, your son will never graduate from high school. We were told that. My wife left that IEP meeting crying. So there are these devastating experiences that, and here I am, an administrator, principal, teacher, and gone through it. I wonder how many others are doing the same. So I'll get off my soapbox here, but I'm really concerned that it's time that parents that are like myself, who have been so devastated in their life, there's an opportunity for them to try to correct the situation. But most important, I think the correction can be made right within the school with that IEP team and the instruction being properly supervised. I don't know if additional money is going to be the answer for this thing. So I'll close and we'll just offer some other folks the opportunity to speak here. Representative Tanner, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. Finally, my little paw works over there. I want to say that, you know, this is a very tough situation, and I thoroughly agree with Representative Shaw. But I also want to amplify what Representative Woodcock said, that special ed funding, both at the federal level and at the state level, has been miserably underfunded. And, you know, local districts sometimes are just sunk with special ed funding. That's no excuse, but it certainly is part of the problem. I think when parents and schools get to the point where they enlist lawyers and court cases, nobody wins. Certainly the student hasn't won anything at that point and sometimes suffers greatly. So I think that the solution is not at the end, not the let's flip the due process procedure, or let's really stick it to the schools because, you know, they're the bad guys. I think it's we need to look at the situation, look at the procedures, the oversight by the Department of Education, and really focus in on, at the beginning, where is the issue? Why is there not more sharing of information? Obviously, Representative Ladd, Chair Ladd, you have some definite ideas from your experience, and I'm sure Bonnie Dunham would have ideas, and my constituents who have talked to me have ideas. And I think we can work together to try to come up with a system that helps the student and doesn't put such an undue burden on both the parents and the schools that they get to a place where lawyers are making money and they're at a court case and the student suffers. So I would strongly recommend the study committee for this. And really, I think you can see the passion, you can hear the passion of the people on this committee, both Democrat and Republican. And I think it's time that we roll our sleeves up, and I think things will get done this time. So that's why I would vote for a study committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Likas, you've had your hand up for quite a while.
Thank you. I just want to know, how long are we going to keep studying this? We studied this the last 2 years. We retained it. We studied it. We've had people come in. We heard stories last term. We heard stories this term. Are we going to study it some more? Or are we going to actually put some teeth in the matter? The thing that really struck me in listening to all the testimony is that the only person who spoke against this spoke against it because then parents would win more often and the schools would have to pay more money because they'd actually have to provide the services that they were supposed to. And to me, that's very telling. And I think if the burden of proof was given to the school, then they might think twice about the things that they were doing. If they had to prove that they were providing proper support, they might have kept those records for Representative Ladd. You know, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing right now. And so we studied, we've talked, we've listened, we've had parents in over and over and over about these issues. Nothing has changed. I think it's time, not study it, to actually give the parents a little bit of power. Yes, there's a huge system that happens beforehand. Changing burden of proof does not change all that lead up. All that lead up is still going to be there. But when it fails, this gives the parents a chance, and it might give some incentive to the schools to actually do what they are supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Representative Andrus and then Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm against this amendment because I'm also against how much do we study something. One of my questions is, and I don't think we're going to get an answer here right now, is if this is such an issue, why doesn't the Department of Education, or why haven't they stepped in and tried to straighten it out? Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Yeah, having been a guidance counselor in a middle school for 36 years, I've seen numerous special ed cases go through. And I think, but if you wait until the time where it gets to the special ed hearing and having to show burden of proof, years can have gone by. There are so many steps to go through before you get there that if the years go by, the student loses and the parents lose. So I think a study committee could look at it and put things in place so that it doesn't get to that point. If we wait that long, students would come in the 6th grade, go through all the steps, try this, try that, they're off to high school by the time it gets to that point. That's too late. You know, when it should be steps, incremental, right at the beginning, something's wrong if they're not getting their services right away as they should. And I think that's what we should be looking at. And I agree with Representative Andrus that the Department of Ed should be looking at things more closely too. Thank you.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Andrus, your comments were going to be my answer to Representative Lekes. We talk all the time in this committee about the Department of Education not having any teeth. And by that, we mean that they don't seem to have the supervisory capacity to be able to step in a situation like this. I think that's I think that's a critically important factor for us to look at in this situation and any situation in which we've got the Department of Ed overseeing regulatory things that go on in schools. And, you know, maybe practice makes perfect. Maybe that's why we're looking at this again. But I feel like this has a different feeling to it this time. And I am hoping against hope that we can make this into a bipartisan effort, because I'll tell you what, those kids that we're advocating for, they don't come with a political party sticker on them. So I am hoping against hope that we are able to seriously look at this and come up with a well thought out solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there Representative, is that Representative Ford? Got your hand up in front of your face. I couldn't see it. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if this is not one of those situations in which both and is a better answer than either or. It seems to me, having heard this in various ways for several years in my life now, that this final confrontation is created of necessity by the legal people, whereas the people trying to solve the problem or don't have that information going through the process. Shouldn't it first be a requirement that any information that's placed in a student's record on which any action is going to be taken should be provided at the same time to the parents? It just doesn't make any sense for them people to hide the things or to allow forces that don't want to spend money to use that as a way of delaying having to spend money. I think in this case, if you pass this bill and you do a study committee, you'll find out what the effect is, and then you can amend that, and you'll have some evidence on which to base your decision. If you simply say, oh, we've got to study and then wait, exactly is going to happen what has happened before. You'll push it down the road. And there will be answering the same questions again and again and again without a solution. That's my piece.
I want to respond to Representative Ford. I think he's on a track that that I would accept. That there is need for this to be looked at and looked at comprehensively with the Department of Education and with legislative support from a committee. But there's also need for the legislation as described and put into HB 581 to also move forward. So I would suggest that we need to have both. For example, in the situations I just alluded to with my own child and grandchild, that the proof wasn't there. There was just no documentation. And there's no way I could prove anything unless I wanted to go through a whole hearing process of dragging people, and I'm not that type of person. I don't do that. I think many parents are the same. So we have a system that's not working correctly. I don't know, and I also support what Representative Mullen has said, the fact that most of the staff at the Department of Education and Art Ellison, who's worked at the Department, probably is very knowledgeable of this fact that approximately 75 to 80% of people are paid by federal dollars to begin with. And they're just monitoring programs. They're not actively getting out the way we hope they would, and to really overseeing many of the departments. Yes, some people get out there, yes, they look, but it's not the way, there's no curriculum departments. And I can see Mel moving his head up and down, and I concur that this is an area that we're really missing in New Hampshire. So I'd like to see us move both directions if possible. Representative Myler, do you have your head going up and down? Do you like to speak?
I think I've already said my piece. This is just such an important issue that I just think that we get one more shot at this study, because one of the things I think that Representative Mullins was talking about is how do we engage the parents as part of the study in a way so that we can hear their voices loud and clear along with the school folks, so that we can get some kind of a match here and then come out with a recommendation that's going to have substance to it in a way that's not pro-school, pro-parents, but it's pro-kids. And I think that's the concern that I have right now, is that if we go forward with the bill as it's proposed right now, we miss that opportunity of engaging the chief principals that have to deal with this issue and determining what kind of an educational opportunity special needs kids are going to have. That's why I really encourage the study thing, so that we can really look at this in a way and come out with a recommendation that's going to be positive and move us forward rather than in a confrontational mode. That's my fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Myers. So, Representative Mullen, I have a question for you. When you were developing your amending language here, the bill your amendment replaces all after the enacting clause. So it basically replaces the entire bill and replaces it with what you have in the amendment.
It does.
Did you give any consideration to trying to incorporate both of these things, what the amendment has and the other, which deals with the burden of proof?
I did. I thought a lot about it. The reason that I went with the study committee separate from anything to do with the original bill is germane to what Representative Myler just said. I think that if we set up the adversarial relationship between the school and the parent prior to being able to figure out how to work together and to give everybody a voice and a stake in the equation, then I think we're gonna set it up so that people are argumentative with each other when what we really want is for them to be collaborative with each other. So I think that, I think that I recognize the fact that this is a half step that people who have been parent advocates for a long time are frustrated with. I get that. However, I think that, if people can live with the half step and we can craft a solution that does not involve parties antagonizing each other, I think it's a win-win. Otherwise, I think we're right back to where we were, and that is that we end up with a loser.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Turn the mic. In line with this amendment, I'd already talked to some of the parents who testified on HB 581 about getting together this summer and talking about things that could be done with the entire process and where the problems were. So if the committee is willing, I would be willing to have an amendment drafted to add the study committee onto HB 581 as a separate section of the bill so that we can accomplish both things.
Representative Lightfoot.
Yes, thank you. You keep talking about adversarial, and it seems to me from all the parents that we listen to, there's already, if you're going to consider adversarial, sort of this almost like they're feeling that it's adversarial in that they're being required to do all of this stuff that they have no ability to do. And so whether it's the burden of proof on the school or burden of proof on the parents, either way, it's the burden of proof on one of them. And so if just by having the burden of proof on one or the other makes it adversarial, it's going to be. I don't want it to be adversarial. Nobody should ever get to that point, which is the point of the study committee, is to try to see what's going on while we don't get to that point. But when we get to that point, which we heard parents who had all kinds of meetings and things that went on before they ever went to that point. And as I believe it was Representative Myler said, that there's this whole process. There's this whole process. And so this, all we're talking about with this is the end result, the time when all that process fails. And at that point, it should not be the parent's burden, it should be the school's burden. But I love the idea of the study committee because clearly we got to find out why that process is failing and try to stop it. So I like the idea of doing both. Give the parents something, give the parents an opportunity to actually get things done when the process has failed, and try to make sure the process doesn't fail.
Representative Banner.
Oops, have I got it? Yeah, thank you. As I said before, you know, when it gets to the end of the line, when it gets to where this new process actually takes place, nobody's going to win. And nobody wins, and particularly the children don't win, and the frustration and the animosity that exists at that point just isn't, and frustration isn't going to go away. I mean, Representative Ladd still has it from way back, so it's obviously a bad situation. I'm not sure penalize, well, the flipping, I guess one of my problems is flipping due process. That's an issue that I think is going to bring more lawyers into this whole bill. And I think, you know, discovery is what we're really asking for, is a type of discovery at an early stage in the game. And as Representative Mullen said, collaboration rather than aggravation, animosity, and having two separate agencies or two separate groups dig their heels in at a court case. So I see passing this bill as it is right now is going to set up more of an issue that will be harder to resolve the collaboration and front-loading work of discovery or of sharing documents or however we have it. And so I don't think you need to have, you know, the big club out there. I think what we need to do is work on the issue and work on it in the forefront of it. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the amending motion? Not seeing any further discussion, then we'll go ahead and call the motion.
The amendment.
The amendment, yeah.
This is on amendment 07598. Representative Cordelli,
No.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Ballard,
No.
Representative Lakis. No. Representative Moffett,
No.
Representative Hobson. No. Representative Andrus,
No.
Representative Ford, Representative Ford,
Are you muted?
No, no,
thank you. Representative Leon,
No.
Representative Sodi,
No.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lake,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Black,
No.
That was 9.
9 in favor and 11 opposed.
Amendment failed.
So now what do we do to get?
Okay, now we have,
Representative
Representative Cordelli, can you make a motion, please?
Yes, I'd like to move on to pass on House Bill 581.
Amendment? No. Which one?
Oh, I thought you said you were
So
willing.
is there a
to
second
do
for that amendment? No, for the pass, Representative Hobson?
Yeah.
Second it. So we now have the bill itself is on the floor right now, 581, ought to pass, made by Representative Cordelli and seconded by Representative Hobson. Representative Cordelli?
I think I said all what I need to say, except we need to do this for the families.
Can't hear him.
If special ed funding is a problem, I would hate to think that districts are withholding services because of funding issues for these children. I think that if districts know that they will have the burden of proof in a due process hearing, maybe there will be improvements in the process below that in mediation, et cetera, because the districts will know that the parents will have a more level playing field in the end, and that they won't necessarily have the upper hand, and be more willing to have a cooperative process all the way through. So I think that this step in 581 in terms of burden of proof will take a step for the parents, but also hopefully a measure of improvement to the entire process. And I certainly want to look at the rest of the process in the future. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Open for further discussion. Representative Woodcock.
Senator, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to reiterate in a more concise frame. It's disappointing when we're talking in terms about upper hands and when punitive actions, when we took no consideration of looking for solutions. We had an opportunity for solutions. This is just who can win the prize. It's a shame. It's a shame that this type of legislation we're putting through.
Representative Tanner.
Yes, I guess I would voice the same as Representative Woodcock. I find it's a sad day when it seemed like people were realizing and trying to work together in a bipartisan manner to approach the problem. And it's gone to punitive action instead. So I will be voting against this bill.
I'd like to comment too now that I don't think there's a prize for anybody in this. And we're talking about kids, and I was talking to two of my own, and there was no prize. And there was no prize for the child, no prize for my wife, no prize for myself, no prize for the school, because the school didn't achieve what they said they were going to achieve. So I'm sad that we were unable to meld these bills together, because I think there is reason for it, as the idea was brought forth by Representative Ford, and I think that's a good proposal, that we needed to have both going on here, but we can't afford to lose kids for another year while we talk about this thing. And this stuff's happening, and it's impossible for parents oftentimes to get a hold of the facts, the evidence, which is necessary for them to go forward with a hearing. And so right now, it's a deck that's not stacked on behalf of the parent. And it saddens me that that's the way it is. And if this is the way it occurs and has to happen for the help kids, I want to go with it. Thank you. Representative Shaw.
Yes, thank you. In my years as a teacher and listening to the phone calls and reading the emails that I received from constituents who have had experience with special needs IEPs and with school districts, I feel strongly that the burden of proof should lie on the schools and should have been done years ago. It shouldn't be the parents that have to get a lawyer to defend for their child. It should be the school district that has to present the proof. And I think that there is, like I said before, there is a strong breakdown. And I think that it's important that we study it. And I'm hoping that if this passes out of committee, that a floor amendment will come forward on the House floor that will combine these two or that will add to HB 581 so that the study committee can be incorporated into this, because there needs to be a study of the process. And if this passes, it'll be even more of an incentive for a study committee to get on the ball and come up with some concrete answers and some things that can help parents in this frustrating process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Shaw. Further comments? Representative Lee, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems like it appears there's support for this idea put forward by Representative Ford of both the bill and a study. I'm just wondering, I mean, we're going to continue with the exec session next week. We've already received notice of it. There's nothing that requires us to finalize our action on 581 at this moment. We could easily draw up the requisite amendment as suggested by Representative Ford and amend 581 next week and then act upon it on Tuesday, because the notice has already gone out. I noticed it in my email of continued executive session. The bill's posted today, but that does not require that we complete action on the bill today. It's just a suggestion.
Representative Wayne, that's what I was alluding to when I spoke earlier, not the last time, but prior to that I see potential for working towards getting inclusion of both of these principles into some kind of legislation. And I think this is too big an issue to not really try to achieve what we all recognize needs to be done. I'm open to recessing this for a week until we can, maybe come up with some amending language. We may be able to, we may not, but at least we've given it that shot.
I would support that.
Representative Montague, Representative Cordelli?
Yes, thank you. Earlier, I had said I would be willing to bring forward an amendment that combined these. And if there is support on the committee for 581 plus study committee, then I would be willing to withdraw my motion for today, and we can continue it next week with an amendment.
Just have to recess it.
That, you don't have to do that. We just can recess it. We can come back.
Okay.
But I'd like to see if that's a general feeling of the group here that would like to work, maybe with Representative Cordelli or Representative Cordelli working with a group. I don't care which way it goes. I just like to see resolution. But
Could I suggest, Mr. Chair, that perhaps Representative Cordelli and Representative Mullen get together, and Representative Ford to try to craft something that can combine the respective issues that have been presented in this particular hearing. Could that be done?
that can be done. I would think, I'd have to, I'm not going to speak for Representative Mullen. I see hands up there, and Representative Cordelli. And Representative Ford.
Yeah, good.
And I see Representative Ford with his hands up. Representative Cordelli just spoke and said he would do it. So, yeah, I think that can happen. And if everybody's okay with that, if I don't hear anybody saying anything contrary, then we'll recess this until a time next week. Put it on one of the exec sessions which we have set up.
Very good, thank you.
Asking objections, that's what we'll do. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, time, is it 2:30? You have to get out of here. That's 2:30. We can either keep marching down here. The next one on the docket is CACR 3. Or we can jump over that and take that up on the following week and jump to, let's say, 455. What's the brothers of the committee?
455.
455. Okay, we're going to take HB 455 relative to the ability of a parent to enroll a child in a public school of their choice. On 455. I'd like to recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The hearing on HB 45 had quite a bit of discussion. And I think that there are things that.
Just want to make
I'm sorry.
reference for a motion.
Motion first, I guess, right?
Yes.
I would move to retain HB 45, HB 455.
Representative Andros, do you have a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli, now
I can speak. Thank you. Yes, there was a lot of discussion, and I think there were some points raised, and I know that there were already things that I would like to look at in terms of this legislation in relation to what other states have done that have open enrollment policies and legislation on the books. So that is why I would like to retain this bill.
Representative Andros, do you have, you need a second, do you have anything to say, or are you good?
I concur with Vice Chairman Cordelli, and because I think there's a lot of work we could do on this bill and improve it and bring it back.
Thank you. The bill is now open for discussion. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Representative Cordelli, for retaining this bill. This proposal is a major change in how in a school choice option here. If we're going to have a bill like this, we need to make sure that it represents the experience of other states that have similar bills. I've studied the bill in Massachusetts, and the current bill before us is sorely lacking any of the experience that they've had in the past 25 years in Massachusetts regarding this bill. And I know there are other states that have done similar too. So I think my point being is that if you're going to have a school choice bill, it needs to be representative of those that have gone through the tongue wars of implementing such a change in a school choice option, that I think will give us an opportunity to look at those sense of experiences and at least come forward with a bill that is complete and can represent that sense of experience. I may not support the bill, but I want to make sure that the bill at least is going to be solid in experience from other states. So I thank Representative Cordelli for putting this retention bill forward, because I think it's needed. And I frankly look forward to working on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. Representative Likas, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to end up sitting next to a lady from Michigan on an airplane, and we had a long conversation the whole way out about what Michigan has passed this years ago and what the effects on their school were and everything. And so I think this is a great idea to retain this and look at it and talk to other states who've been through this, who know what were the immediate consequences, what are the long-term consequences, and I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comment is actually for Representative Cordelli. I don't know if you remember Representative Cordelli, but the last time we talked about this during the hearing, I mentioned the fact that we have a tuition program in Bedford. I went a little deeper to see what kind of status we're at this point. And according to the district information, we currently don't have available seats in the middle school or the high school. But there's an application process for the elementary school, and the tuition is $14,200 per student. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because we were talking about that tuition aspect and the fact that a community like Bedford that already has a tuition program would lose $14,200 per student if in fact this bill were to go forward without any kind of awareness of that. So that's it. Thank you.
Other comments? I don't see any further comments here, or folks with their hands up. So, Madam Clerk, please go ahead and call the roll. The motion is for retention of HB 455 relative to the ability of parent to enroll a child in a public school of their choice.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
An enthusiastic yes.
Representative Likas.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Fairly enthusiastic, yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mellon.
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
$20.
Okay, we're going to now, I'm going to try to get us out of here. Several people have indicated they have to be leaving by around 2:15. And so I'm going to try to maybe get another bill done here. HB 323. 323 is relative to the statewide student assessment report.
Okay, we'll open up the hearing on House Bill 323 relative to statewide student report. Then I'll call on Chairman Ladd to introduce the bill.
Not
To make a motion,
make a
I'm sorry.
motion.
I'm in hearing mode.
Okay, I'd like to move that 323
Be retained. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Representative Ballard, thank you. Chairman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just so everybody can recall what this bill was about. You should remember that it was when the student assessment results from the statewide assessment were forwarded to parents by a date, and the date was June 30th, the end of the fiscal year. But since then, we've also retained another, or not retained, but a bill has moved forward, 194, release of assessment information. That assessment information was the one that the Department of Education has been directed to work with the testing agency and for the agency to send student results directly to the parent. I'm hoping that if that bill then succeeds, then perhaps we don't need this bill. However, I'm asking that I retain it in case that bill does not move forward. Or if it moves forward, maybe the testing agency also has to be told that the testing results are sent to the parent by June 30th. So we've heard from the from the Department of Education, from the commissioner, that testing results are available to the schools immediately upon the students completing that test. So it's all online. So I'm asking that we do retain this and watch what's going on with 194. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ballard, no?
I have nothing constructive to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else have any comments on the retention motion? Representative Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment is that when we heard testimony on this bill last time around, we had a number of school districts come in and give us specific reasons for why they were holding off on sharing the test results until September. Namely, that they were sharing them at the beginning of a school year, setting academic goals with kids and parents and moving forward from there. So I would just ask that at some point in time, we consider whether or not there is any wiggle room at all in this to allow schools the local control aspect of utilizing the test reports at a time for a reason. I'm not talking about negligence or, not getting around to sending them home. I'm talking about those districts that came in and said, we hold them because we don't want parents to get information that they don't have staff to bounce ideas off of, and we use them for academic goals in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? I do not see any.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
This is to retain HB 323. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Wade.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
Thank you.
Clear. I'm looking out the window here on the third floor and the sun is out. What an amazing sight. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the executive session for today down. We're right basically close to 2 o'clock. And we'll come back and address other bills which we have. We're narrowing them down. We're getting to the list. We have next week, Tuesday and Thursday scheduled. And there's even the possibility of working into the following week. So it looks like we're going to get our job done. I'm going to go out and try to get some fun in the sun. So with that,
Rick, before you go, I want to, if I may, can we just go down where the reports that you're expecting so we can clarify that for everyone?
Oh, for today?
Yeah. I've got, if you may, I've got a report from Cornell on 278. Yeah.
Why don't we let the clerk go down through everything and let her read off? So
Where the reports are coming from? Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, and then also, make sure that it's a double check for you too, Barbara.
Okay, our House Bill 278, Representative Cornell. Is that all you need to know? I mean, just that.
Then the next one is what, 140?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll read them, but you want to know who's doing the majority as well?
Yeah.
Sure, we might as well, yes, right, yeah.
All right. House Bill 278, Majority Report, Cordelli, Representative, I'm saying it once, Representative Cordelli and Cornell. House Bill 140, Leon and Luno. House Bill 422, Moffitt. House Bill 267, Hodgson.
Go a little slower.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're still with me now?
These are retained ones, though. I'm sorry.
Right.
Hodgson.
Those are
They're
retained.
retained.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no report. There's no report on retained bills.
Retained bills. I'm sorry. House Bill 319, Moffitt and Lay. House Bill 69, Hodgson and Tanner.
Very good.
581 was recessed, 455 retained, 323 retained, and 441,
Me.
I didn't write it yet, retained.
Thank you.
41 was IPL,
ITL,
and I already sent the report by report.
and that's bone.
Yeah.
Right, it's on the consent.
Okay, so we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 exec sessions today. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Leno?
I have 11.
And when would you like these reports by?
Irene, Kat,
When would you like to report by?
When?
We need to have those reports. The way it works, you should send the email attachment to myself. You can also send them to Jen but I have to look at them and read them. Then they go to Jen. She looks at them for, grammatical stuff and all that again. Then they go to Lindsay Forcier, who's our administrative assistant, not Judy this year, Lindsay. And from there, they go over to Paul Smith. He gets them, then he takes them to the speaker, and the speaker approves or disapproves, and then they're put in the calendar. So it's quite a process. So I'd like to see those reports come, and as soon as you have them, email me a copy, email Jen a copy. That makes sure that it gets done.
Oh, I just emailed you.
Yeah, I see that, Ralph. I got yours.
Hey, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah, on the work groups, the merger work group that's going to begin tomorrow, do you have you started out this meeting talking about the next several meetings and concluding its work on the, I guess, 2 weeks from tomorrow. I was wondering, do you have is there like a rough agenda item on people we're going to be hearing from? It sounded like that had been worked out, and I was just wondering if you had a copy of that.
It's pretty much confirmed. I just have to get on the horn after this and talk to both Susan, which Sharon said she was talking, Shannon said she was talking to Susan, and she basically said yes yesterday to me. And the other one is Don Burks, and Catherine Provencher basically said yes to me that Don would, and I spoke to Don about a week ago. Other than that, everybody is confirmed. I will get the agenda out to folks when I get home this evening.
No, that'd be great. And
Thanks.
tomorrow morning, who's coming to talk with us about sort of questions and considerations?
Gustafson, right?
Pardon me?
You have Gustafson coming tomorrow.
No, not, you're going back a few years there, no. It's Ed McKay.
Ed McKay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah, Ed McKay used to be the University System New Hampshire president.
Okay.
Ed is going to come in and provide us his understandings and some of those issues that we might or might not encounter in mergers, and give us his background and information regarding that. He's also going to be working a little bit later on Monday with finance, dealing with the audit that came back on the unique program, the 529 program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing I might suggest too, Rick, since we have this resource in state, and she's been a tremendous resource to the community colleges, is Dr. Catherine Addy, who I think is interim over at Great Bay. She was formerly with the Connecticut community college system, and I know that's subject of the NCHEMS.
When I spoke with Shannon, either yesterday or the day before, it's all mixing together here. I asked, okay, we're very limited with time. Who might be the best person to try that's been a practitioner at being a president, professor, and all that? And she basically said, without even hesitating, Susan Hewitt.
Oh, no question about that. Yeah, there's no question about that. I was just saying somebody that had their feet on the ground in Connecticut, which is one of the 3 example merger.
I think we might get some of that information provided us from Barbara Brittenham, who's going to be coming up from Nessie on the following Friday.
Okay, great.
With issues like this. So if we see that we would like that, there's a possibility we could invite somebody else in on that last Friday. However, we're going to have to use some of that time to try and put something together for this latter part of the meeting.
Great. Well, look forward to seeing that agenda anyway, because I think that'll help to sort of lay out the.
Get off to everybody. Okay, with that, we're going to close down this executive session. I wish everybody to have a good weekend if we don't see you on Friday.
Thanks, Rick. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rick. You all.